Regular board meeting. It is so hard to believe that March break is around the corner, although it certainly has felt like spring lately. If I could just ask everyone who is able to please stand for the land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that this meeting is situated upon traditional territories. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas, of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all Métis, First Nations, and Inuit peoples, Miigwech. And then tonight, we would just ask people to continue standing because we are going to move into the national anthem, but we have a very special national anthem as a special treat this evening. Tonight, O Canada will be performed by Christian Dimitriou, a grade 9 student from East York Collegiate, and Stelios Hois, who is a teacher from Gordon A. Brown Middle School. Christian will be performing O Canada on the bouzouki, which is a traditional Greek instrument. And of course, this is very appropriate as it is the kickoff in March to Greek Heritage Month. So without further ado, we will listen to this national anthem. And there you have it. So reflecting our vibrant multicultural communities, as I mentioned, we are honoring Greek Heritage Month this evening. So tonight, Trustee Earhart and Trustee Pei will speak about Greek Heritage Month. Please, the floor is over to you, trustees.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay? Good evening. Since March 2015, the Toronto District School Board has proudly recognized and celebrated Greek Heritage Month. For the past 9 years, students and staff have engaged in learning about Greek culture, history, and traditions through the different themes that have shaped each month's activities. Some of the previous themes have included Greek spirit through the ages, Hellenic kalos, harmony of life, healthy mind, healthy body. 4 years after the TDSB in 2019, the province of Ontario passed the Hellenic Heritage Month Act, which reads in part, March is a significant month for the Hellenic community, and March 5th is celebrated each year as Greek Independence Day. Proclaiming March as Hellenic Heritage Month provides an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the outstanding achievements and contributions of the Hellenic Canadians in the province. And I'll note that this month, the Greek community, it's next month, the Greek community of Toronto will be hosting its annual Greek Independence Day Parade. It will be Sunday, April 7th, and I look forward to seeing everyone on the Danforth at that time. This year, the TDSB Greek Heritage Month Committee is pleased to announce the following theme. Elleniki skepski ke politismos, apo ton mythos ton logo. And for those who speak Greek, I will translate. It's Greek thought and civilization from myth to logos. The term myth comes from the ancient Greek word mythos, which means speech, legend, and narrative. The term has a powerfully symbolic meaning. So for me, in contemplating mythos, what came to mind was Indigenous author Thomas King. He is a great teller of stories, and he has said that the truth about stories is that's all we are. Myths are stories that people of all times and all cultures tell each other to help make sense of our world. Myths contribute to the development of imagination, of our ambition, and at their best, they facilitate our connections with each other. Logos, the other part of the theme, refers to the logical, the rational. Logos aims to explore, experiment, prove, and discover scientific and real-life truths. I am really delighted that through Greek Heritage Month, our schools and our students are exploring and contemplating both mythos and logos. To bring this theme to life in the classrooms, I want to express sincere appreciation to the Greek Heritage Month Committee, who have created a calendar of events that spans over the entire month. Each day of the week features activities that students and staff can engage in. These include Mythical Mondays, Technology Tuesdays, Wisdom Wednesdays, Theatrical Thursdays, and Famous Fridays. Daily announcements have also been provided along with numerous resources from professional library services, which are available to staff on the website. And I would, if everyone will permit, I'm going to read yesterday's announcement from Technological Tuesday. I think it's a really great one that filled me with a lot of pride because I've had the opportunity to meet the individual that this features. And just as we're going to International Women's Day, this individual was a great mentor to me early in my career as I pursued technology studies. And as we end African Heritage Month, this Greek-Canadian individual has also been a champion for mathematical sciences on the African continent. And so, with that, the announcement that students were provided yesterday. Mike Lazaridis is the founder of Research in Motion, RIM, and the creator of BlackBerry. He is recognized as the father of the smartphone and as a visionary, innovator, and engineer of extraordinary talent. He was born to Greek immigrant parents and settled in Windsor, Ontario during the 1960s. Mike Lazaridis changed the way we communicate with each other with his imaginative new technology. And with that, I just want to extend my thanks to the Greek Heritage Month Committee, and I'd like to pass the microphone along to Trustee Pei to continue. Efaristo.
Once again this year, a multimedia contest was held which was open to all students and staff in the TDSB. Students were encouraged to incorporate this year's theme and how it relates to Greek heritage. A heartfelt congratulations to the following poster contest winners. Bill Vasilopoulos from Terraview Wingfield Public School. Georgia Prasalas from Victoria Village International Language Program. Yanni Constas from Buchanan Public School. You will see the winner submissions in the video montage that will be shown shortly. A copy of these posters will be distributed to every school to be displayed during Greek Heritage Month. And congratulations to the following written and media submission winners. Lucas Pernilas from Amiros at Cosburn Middle School. Eleni Frangos from Plantanas at Pleasant View Middle School. Christina Lambis from Socrates Credit School. Zoe Lazagas from Muley Valley International Language Program. Andrea Elinas from Dunville International Language Program. Matteo Masarunha from Sir John A. Macdonald Collegiate Institute. These written submissions will be shared as a Greek Heritage Month closing event on Saturday, April 13th at the Greek Community Center at the 30 Suncliffe Park Drive from 1 to 3 p.m. In addition to the essay presentations, the Greek Heritage Month Committee closing event will also include performance of traditional songs and dances by students from our TDSB schools, TDSB International Languages Program, and from our Greek Community Language Programs. We look forward to seeing many of you at this celebratory event recognizing Greek Heritage Month. We're also excited to share that the Toronto District School Board will once again be taking part in annual Greek Community Independence Day Parade on Sunday, April 7th on the 10th, beginning at 1:30 p.m. The Greek Heritage Month Committee would like to invite all trustees and all TDSB students and staff to participate in the parade. Looking forward to having you join us. In closing, we want to thank and congratulate the Greek Heritage Month Committee members for their exceptional work and thought-provoking themes over the years. Moving from myths to logos challenges us to consider the power of individual stories of our students, families, and the staff. It encourages us to continue creating a culture of respect and build paths of sympathy where everyone can be happy, feel joy, and a sense of belonging. And now, I would like to present a video montage put together by TDSB Creative Services to celebrate this year's theme, featuring several submissions from our TDSB students. Opa Avaristo, thank you.
Thank you, trustees, for that. And we're just doing slightly different order because I was remiss and I skipped over approval of the agenda. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please, for the agenda? Yes.
I would like to remove item 16.1.15 out of the consent agenda. Thank you.
Is that the one? Noted, thank you. And I would just, before we do approval of the agenda, Before we do approval of the agenda, I just want to also make note to trustees in your blue folder, and this has also been emailed to trustees who are, I believe, who are not present in person. Just I'm sorry, it's in eScribe for those who are online, but for those in the room, it's in your blue folders. There's supplemental materials in there. There's the a copy of the student trustee report, the consent agenda, and then also the information that was published in Trustees Weekly regarding information on the March 2024 TDSB research report. That has also been provided for you in your blue folder. So I just want to alert you to that. So at this time, can I have a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda? Thank you, Trustee Hassan and Trustee Williams. All those in favor, we'll do this by show of hands. Williams. And those online, please feel free to say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. And at this time, we are going to turn our attention to memorials. If I could ask all those able to rise, please. And now I'd like to turn to Trustee Dawson, who's going to provide a memorial.
Thank you. On February 29th, Jay Williams, a beloved TDSB educator, tragically passed due to a medical episode. Jay was 40 years old. Jay began his career with the TDSB in 2010. He was a middle school teacher for most of his career, specifically grade 8, then a K-12 coach with the Equity Department, and later the acting K-12 program coordinator with the Equity Department. Jay, in his role with the department, also supported many initiatives, schools, educators, and the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement. He worked intentionally with many programs. I met Jay in 2022 when he was a teacher at Gordon A. Brown Middle School, and I was working as a consultant with their Black Parents Affinity Space. We immediately connected over our shared passion for enhancing equity in the TDSB and as lovers of hip-hop culture. His commitment to engaging parents in order to support student equity and achievement was inspiring. Jay was well loved by students, families, and colleagues. He was a public speaker on issues tied to race and Black community across various school boards, a proud product of Scarborough, specifically the Malvern community, a hip-hop lover, educator, and consultant. He was a curriculum writer for both internal and external publications and a mentor to students that he previously taught. In my experience, he kept in touch with parents of former students and was committed to their success beyond his capacity as their teacher. He was a known community leader and trusted confidant of many parents, educators, family, and friends. Jay had many hobbies, including, like I said, a love for hip hop, working to deconstruct Black masculinity, and basketball. He worked with his best friend, Matthew Morris, to create #QuarantineEd, facilitating Zoom meetings about the challenges of remote learning. It became extremely popular during the pandemic. As recently published in the Toronto Star, Jay served as a role model to thousands of teenagers in Scarborough who could relate to him as a Black man carving out change in the field of education. One student said, "I'm so thankful to be able to say Mr. Will saved my life. I was going through so much, and he was really there for me through the whole process. I'm forever thankful to him." Jay Williams was kind, generous, confident, and real. He will be greatly missed by many. To quote the late MC Guru, "Your future is infinite. Be wise, realize, witness it. Jay embodied this message with his students, families, and fellow educators. His legacy will live on in the many lives he touched.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. That was lovely. I was one of the fortunate to have a chance to meet Jay back during quarantine ed. Trustee Laskin and I were guests on his Zooms that he did weekly with educators. And though we were not educators, it was such an honor to be on that Zoom with him and Matthew Morris and be a part of that community and feel that we could be a part of that community even though we weren't teachers or educators. So thank you very much for that. And I would also just note that, you know, this evening we talked about an exceptional, very young man who left us far too soon. But we also had memorials on two other educators, two other teachers just like him, who from all accounts, and I have talked to a number of people today who were exceptional teachers as well in the classroom and who gave over 20 years of their career to generations and class after class and hundreds of children. So we are an organization of 40,000 employees, and every name that comes off the screen, even though we can't take the time to talk about each and every one of them in the kind of depth that you gave us, give to our organization in such profound ways. So it's wonderful to get that feeling of connection to Jay that you provided, but I just want to also acknowledge each screen we see is significant and important and a contributor to what makes the TDSB so significant in our size and scope and what we do for students each and every day. So with that, I know that was a bit heavy, but I will now move on, and we are chugging along. We're on item number 9, which is the chair announcements, and I apologize because I also won't be so brief here. I have a number of things that I do wish to report on to everybody. So good evening. Welcome to the March meeting. I know everybody is looking forward to March break. But as I start my remarks, as I always do, I would like to start with the recent advocacy work that we've been doing and that I've been doing as well since our last board meeting. Following the January meeting, as directed by this board, I wrote to the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, to urgently address the critical issue of food insecurity on behalf of the board, emphasizing the importance of the federal government following through with their commitment to establish a national school food program. There have been so many attempts by our board, as well as OBSPA, to push for a national school food program, as well as pushing for this at all levels of government for increases in funding for school nutrition programs, which we all know are so vital, especially now. And despite these appeals, the responses from the federal government have so far been inadequate and insufficient. In 2020, we urged the government to invest in a national school food program, yet unfortunately no action was taken. The City of Toronto has stepped up its funding at different times for student nutrition programs, particularly in 2022, while the Board of Health reiterated calls for increased funding from the provincial government and urged the federal government to establish a national program as well. As you know, the challenges posed by the pandemic and inflation have deepened the economic disparities and exacerbated food insecurity in our city. This has led to an increased reliance on food banks and has put existing school food programs at risk due to increased costs and lack of funding. While the federal government is consulting on a potential national school food policy, there is a lack of clarity on implementation timelines, funding availability, and strategies to address broader food insecurity issues. We hope that the Deputy Prime Minister will respond to our correspondence, and as always, I will keep you apprised of any updates and responses to our urgent request for increased funding and our call for a fully funded national school food program. I would now like to turn our attention to childcare. You may have seen and read the joint op-ed that we did with the TCDSB's chair, Nancy Crawford, in the Star over the weekend. I know it was sent to trustees. In the piece, I joined forces with the Catholic chair as their board is experiencing the exact same challenges as us with childcare capital funding shortfalls, long outdated benchmarks, and cycles of delays in getting timely approvals from the Ministry of Education. In our article, we once again called on the province to hold up their end of the bargain and address gaps in funding for previously agreed to capital childcare projects that are urgently needed in underserved areas like Scarborough and Northwest Toronto. Despite childcare being primarily the responsibility of the province and city, both of our boards are committed to facilitating a seamless day model for childcare services within our schools, as we know this is the gold standard for children and families. Despite the ministry offering additional funds, they are well aware of our inability to cover the shortfall of the offer that they have presented to us. As a result, before us tonight is a motion regarding this very issue, requesting the ministry to come to the table and work with us on a creative solution to move forward in support of families by potentially allowing us to pool the funding using existing committed to funding to kickstart as many projects as possible in underserved areas immediately as a start. I want to be clear that the TDSB is committed to building these previously agreed to childcares where they belong in schools. The decision as to whether these projects move forward or not now rests with the Ministry of Education. One can only hope they come to the table and work with us to move forward. Once again, I urge all of us to continue to review, share, and enhance our collective advocacy efforts on behalf of students and youth in our city on this particular issue. I would like to provide an update on the ongoing 2024-2025 budget process, particularly for those listening. First, I would like to acknowledge the progress made during the Special Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee, what we call FBEC, at the meeting held on March 4th. During this session, we received valuable insights into school-based staffing and gathered feedback from information sessions and the financial facts document. Looking at the month ahead, we have several important dates and meetings set to work on our budget for next school year. On March 19th, our staff will present detailed options to balance the budget. This will be followed by another special FBEC meeting on March 26th, particularly reserved for public delegations concerning the 2024-25 operating budget. I would like to highlight that public engagement is vital to this process. To ensure we hear from our wider communities, we have created multiple avenues for community members to participate and provide input. Many trustees held ward forums or meetings to gather local community input. Staff conducted 2 virtual budget town halls on February 20th and 22nd, and our next big opportunity to hear from members of the public will be at FBEC on March 26th, where the entire evening is reserved for public delegations. For those who missed the budget town halls, recordings are available on our website along with the slide deck that was presented. You can access these resources at www.tdsb.ca/budget. As I look around the boardroom, I can confidently say that we all remain committed to transparency and collaboration throughout this process, and we value the continued engagement and feedback from our communities across the district. I'd now like to turn to another issue. Last week, I had a productive meeting with Paul Chang, Parliamentary Secretary to the Federal Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship, as well as a staffer from Minister Miller's office, who's of course, the minister of that department. In response, and this was in response to our letter from, if you remember back to earlier in the fall, we sent a letter regarding concerns we had around the supports and the funding related to newcomer families, refugees, and students without legal status. During the meeting, I was able to communicate many of the challenges that the TDSB has been experiencing, particularly in terms of funding, the timing of funding, and the supports we receive. It was a productive conversation, and Mr. Chang and Minister Miller's staff have encouraged additional channels for the TDSB to provide feedback to the federal government as they are seeking this information through a committee inquiry into these very issues. My office is in the process of setting up a meeting to debrief from this interview with appropriate TDSB staff so that we can move forward with next steps. I will keep you posted on any developments regarding these concerns. The City School Board's Advisory Committee that we have talked about before around this boardroom table has had its inaugural meeting, and it took place on Monday, March 4th. I want to thank Trustee Rajakulasingam and Vice Chair Shan for representing our board on this important committee. It should be noted that former trustee and newly minted Councillor Parthy Kandavel is chairing the committee. I am looking forward to hearing from Trustee Rajakulasingam later this evening when she updates us all on the first meeting. Finally, I want to highlight a recent visit from Minister Lecce to David and Mary Thompson Collegiate Institute, along with the local councillor and MPP, as well as several stakeholders, when we visited the school on Saturday, March 1st, to emphasize the crucial role of youth engagement programs within our neighborhood improvement areas. The success of these initiatives stands as a testament to the transformative impact of public-private partnerships in fostering vibrant community hubs for our students. During the visit, the school showcased a range of youth programs, a very wide range of youth programs, and emphasized the collaborative efforts with which private stakeholders and public funding are aimed at equipping students with employability skills and certifications in skilled trades, as well as mentorship, tutoring, and so much more. Minister Lecce actively engaged in discussions surrounding the efficient allocation of funds, particularly emphasizing the significance of creating year-round and summer employment opportunities for youth within the community. A highlight of the visit was the discussion on the organic growth of these programs at David and Mary Thompson, the importance of provincial funding, and the need to continue these investments. We've talked about that $1.8 million we got last year. That funding is coming to an end. It is very important that that continues. And the hope that we have for expanding similar initiatives to other parts of the city within neighborhood improvement areas, and that was another focus of discussion. The minister commented to me afterwards, and I quote, "It was a wonderful morning, a very impressive group of students, solid work on this program, truly." His reaction was testament to the staff in our caring and safe departments, the staff at David and Mary Thompson, our community partners, and the creative thinking and belief in our students by so many TDSB staff, too many to highlight here this evening. Like the minister, I was blown away by the engagement and breadth of programming for students from grade 6 to grade 12, and including students from 14 neighboring schools, happening in the building on a Saturday morning. The building was humming with activity, productivity, and connection. And while I am thrilled to see what's happening there, as I shared with the minister, I am eager to see how we work to open these types of hubs in other key areas of our city so that we can make an even bigger difference in the trajectory of our students. This concludes my chair announcements for this evening, and we will now move on with the evening's agenda. Thank you. Item number 10 is reports from trustees appointed to external organizations and student trustees. So I believe we have two reports from external organizations, the City School Board Committee and the Board of Health. But before we do those, I just want to point out the Ontario Public School Boards Association is one that we also send trustees to. We have 3 directors and 3 alternate directors, and one of our directors actually sits on the executive council at OBSPA, that's Trustee Williams. And while we don't do that report here, we do it as a standing item at the Planning and Priorities Committee. I just want to bring that to everybody's attention because that also is really an external organization that we send trustees to. So I just wanted to provide that clarity to those listening tonight in case they're wondering, because we do talk about the work we do at OBSPA an awful lot, and I know I often mention it in my chair's announcements. So I want to also thank those trustees and for the very thorough report that they brought last week to us. So with that, I will turn it over first to Trustee Rajagulasingham on the City School Board Committee, and then to Trustee Shashkandaraja for Board of Health.
Thank you, through the chair. Can you hear me?
We can perfectly.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. On Monday, I joined Toronto French School Board Trustees Auger and Toronto Catholic District School Board Trustee Rizzo for our first meeting of the City School Board Advisory Committee. The chair of that committee is former school board trustee and newly elected Councillor Prithee Candeville. I had told him afterwards offline that it reminded me of the days when we were on director search committee together, because he was chairing that committee, and it just brought back a lot of memories. But it was a really great committee meeting with a lot of fruitful discussion. We started off with a presentation on the importance of student nutrition from city staff. And we also determined the 4 areas of priority that we will be focusing on during committee conversations. So the 4 areas of focus will be childcare, addressing youth violence, schools as community hubs, and student nutrition. And all 3 school trustees, all 3 of us representing the 3 school boards, we all agreed on the importance of these areas of focus. And it was a really good conversation, just hearing about the different perspectives of how every school board was impacted by these 4 focus areas. So on childcare, I reiterate the urgency, sharing that of the 870 childcare centers in the city of Toronto, 25% of those centers are located in our schools. I had shared that given the city, provincial, and federal commitments to expand childcare spaces, there is a significant pressure being placed on our school board to accommodate space and growth. I had reiterated how extremely underserved Scarborough, Humber River, Black Creek, and Youth South Weston are. And to put into perspective, I shared that the 2 largest areas of the city that were identified as high priorities through the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare System Plan were also the most underserved. So only 18 to 30% of families have access in these areas, by comparison to medium and low priority areas that are being served, that 30 to 54% of their families are being served. When it came to the areas of youth violence and community hubs, I chose to combine my comments because I said that when we invest in community partnerships, community programming, community voice, these are interventions to address youth violence. So just speaking to the importance of interventions at a young age versus reacting to a violent episode. An example that I gave was in Regent Park, $2.5 million was invested in the past 5 years through the Regent Park Social Development Plan. And there were 0 related gun deaths, which community leaders believe is because of that crucial funding for community-led community partnerships. So I had shared that at the TDSB in the last, during the pandemic and post-pandemic, because of multiple transitions from in-person learning to virtual learning, the lack of access to a caring adult, reduction in sole return to extracurricular activities, financial difficulties at home, including students with precarious housing and precarious immigration status, not being able to see friends and peers for some social time, and now seeing the increase in mental health challenges and the lack of on-time supports for these students have contributed to violence in our schools. So at this time, collaborating with stakeholders to address youth violence through interventions, to address food insecurity, childcare, youth programming, after school, weekends and summers, youth employment, and mental health supports are extremely important at this time. And I shared that, I shared our advocacy letter that we had done with the Toronto Catholic School Board, amplifying the Toronto Youth Cabinet and their asks about allocating $3 million towards the creation of 15 more youth spaces and youth hubs, additional investments into city-funded youth employment initiatives, additional municipal funding towards student nutrition plans to deal with rising child food insecurity, and the urgent need to address school community-led accountable programming for youth. And finally, when it came to student nutrition and food insecurity, I reflected on our 2023-24 student census that revealed that 14% of students sometimes, often, or always feel hungry due to food insecurity that then impacts their academic achievement. Inequities exist across TDSB schools as local programs are often based on parental contributions. And so schools that face a lot of systemic barriers and serve families that face these barriers in high learning opportunity index schools, they may not have the capacity for fundraising. And that during the pandemic and after the pandemic, we saw an increase for these types of programs. So the city staff shared their methodology and they kept speaking to postal codes. So I had shared that many newcomer families live in multi-generational homes. And so their barriers may not be recorded when only one household income is being recorded. I also spoke to those with precarious immigration status and those with precarious housing status whose experiences may not be even recorded at all. So then the city staff shared that they are reviewing their methodology, but it's not public yet. And I had shared that I hope that in these conversations that principal voice, teacher, and school voice are being incorporated, because our principals, our teachers really have a better idea since they're engaging with their school communities of which families may need that support. So I hope that we continue to engage with them. I had asked for a motion that City Council support our advocacy work to the province around childcare, but they had shared that they had done a similar recommendation 48 and 49 out of the mayor's budget, so they would not be able to do that. And finally, Trustee Rizzo had put forward a motion. Just give me one moment. There were two motions that were put forward. The first, that the City School Board Advisory Committee recommend to Executive Committee that the City Council request the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and Federation of Canadian Municipalities to call on the federal government to establish and fund a universal nutrition program. City Council requests the Government of Canada to fulfill their commitment to a universal national nutrition program and allocate funds to support the program across the nation. That City Council requests the federal and provincial governments to work with Toronto Food Nutrition Program so more children can receive nutritious food at school through a universal nutrition program. And another motion that the City School Board Advisory Committee recommend to the Executive Committee that City Council consider establishing new food nutrition programs for students in marginalized priority neighborhoods with new provincial funding. City Council requests the provincial government contribute to fund food nutrition programs and to fund newly established food nutrition programs. And that City Council requests the province of Ontario to increase its financial commitments in Toronto at 55 cents per serving per meal in alignment with the Northern Fruit and Vegetable Alliance allowance in order to honor the rising cost of food in the city of Toronto. So this was our first meeting, and we have 2 more meetings set up. So in that time, I look forward to having more conversations with trustee colleagues. Trustee Earhart had suggested meeting with the Community Use of Schools Advisory Committee just to better understand what their needs and what their priorities are. And I think that's a great idea, just to better understand how we can advocate for different pockets of our city that are being underserved and that could really benefit from this partnership with the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your strong advocacy on all of our behalf. That was a terrific report with so much information for all of us. So up next, we have Trustee Suskandaraja, who I believe has a report on Board of Health. And then after that, we'll go to student trustees, who I know have a report as well.
Thank you, everyone. My report will be very short. This is just a reminder that the Toronto Public Health is currently revising their multi-year strategic plan. I'm serving on the subcommittee that's overseeing that. So if you have any suggestions you would like to share and that I could share on your behalf or our behalf, please feel free to contact me via email or give me a call. So, we have a few months before it gets wrapped up, so you have a bit of time. So if there's anything pressing you would like to share with me, please do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sirskandaraja. Up next, we have a report from our student trustees. So over to our wonderful 3 student trustees.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Let's get right into our report this evening. So to start off, student trustees, myself, and my co-trustees attended the OSTA-ACO Education Action Conference from February 8th to 11th in Ottawa, which was a wonderful opportunity for us as student trustees to connect with student trustees from all across the province in regards to multiple different topics regarding cybersecurity, brand identification, networking, and more. Together, we were able to build bonds with our co-trustees from all across the province and had a wonderful experience there.
Our next item is the Public Education Interest Group Cabinet. So Student Trustee Zoe, myself, and the Public Education Interest Group Cabinet at OSTA-ACO are moving forward with the following provincial projects: menstrual equity, my student trustee, and artificial intelligence. The Menstrual Equity Project aims to advocate for the sustained funding and provision of menstrual products to students, especially now that the 3-year deal with the Ministry of Education and Shoppers Drug Mart is coming to an end. My student trustee aims to provide a database of resources to support student trustees at the onset of and throughout their tenure, and the Artificial Intelligence Project aims to facilitate conversations surrounding the ethical use of AI and the development of guidelines for both students and teachers.
Also, while we were at the OSTA-ACO conference, there was the Truth and Reconciliation and the Indigenous Student Trustee Council meetings. Trustee Secord, myself, had the pleasure of attending the Truth and Rec, or TRAG, AIG, and the ISTC breakout sessions. Some of the highlights from the breakouts were the ICT leader election facilitators, board protocol handbook for implementing an Indigenous student trustee, because again, a lot of these boards are still very new with my role. TRAG projects to spread awareness on the water crisis, MMIW, or missing, murdered Indigenous women, men, and Two-Spirit people. Thank you.
And then the next item is a very exciting item. So student trustee election results are currently out. The student trustees for the 2024 to 2025 school year have now been elected. Congratulations to Angelica Bell for her re-election from William Lyon Mackenzie Collegiate Institute and Jenny Xing from York Mills Collegiate Institute. And they were elected by students on February 28th. The Indigenous Student Trustee will be appointed by the Elders Council in the coming weeks. But in the meantime, please give Angelica and Jenny a huge round of applause. And our next item is the February Learning Center meeting for Student Senate. The Senate held a joint virtual Learning Center meeting on February 28th, following a budget consultation with Associate Director Stacy Zucker. Thank you, Associate Director Zucker, for facilitating that conversation. The Student Senate facilitated discussions with students on the budget and possible areas within the budget to balance. The Student Senate also consulted with students on the new cell phone policy.
Our next point is Student Leadership Day. The Student Senate will be hosting the Student Leadership Day on March 26, 2024 at Markrenew Collegiate Institute. I apologize for my pronunciation. The Student Leadership Day will be an opportunity for middle school students to come together and participate in a variety of workshops on student on student leadership. And I will hand it back to Yikai to explain a little bit further.
Yeah, so Student Leadership Day is basically an event that Student Senate used to hold annually, where grades 7 to 8 students from all across the board come together in one room, and they go through different workshops on leadership skills, and they learn to collaborate with one another to foster those leadership skills. I had the privilege of attending a Student Senate Leadership Day when I was in grade 8, and that was when I was introduced to Student Senate and Student Trustee, and that was basically the start of my Student Trustee journey. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the Student Leadership Day has not been held for the past 4 years, so we're excited to welcome back this event, and we're hoping for an excellent turnout this year.
Yeah, thanks, Yikai. So now on to our initiatives. Let's start off with a school visit. So myself, welcome Chair Chana Slin and local MPP for our Ward 4 to William Lyon Mackenzie, which happens to be my school. So we opened up a tour and open lines of communication within our school community. The chair came in and toured different classrooms and had great conversation with different classes in regards to student advocacy and overall student leadership. We were toured with my student body presidents, along with some representatives from other clubs all across our school. So it was really lovely to see the chair's face, and then also just tour the school together with the MPP. Now, tying into successful results of the motion that we passed previously. So thanks to the motion passed on behalf of myself, alongside Trustee Laskin and Trustee Charles Lynn, supporting the advocacy within the municipal budget led to real action and real motions taken in terms of the student voice and the letter that we wrote towards the mayor. Through this implementation, we were able to successfully add over $2 million to increase the budget in regards to youth advocacy. This was a huge, huge win, not only for the TDSB, but also for the Toronto Catholic School Board and TYC. We truly had a celebratory moment with this particular session, and want to make sure that we thanked all of the trustees here that passed it unanimously. Additionally, another point ties into a conference being held this Friday that in relation to the director's office. I've had the privilege to be able to be working with the TDSB and also KPMG. For those of you guys that don't know, if you guys are watching online or anyone that's standing in the room, KPMG is a wonderful company that I've been able to work extensively with over the past 2 years of my high school career. KPMG basically welcomes a lot of EDI policies and is one of the big 4 kind of like professional firms in the world. So it's a huge deal. And we're basically going to be having this particular conference in regards to International Women's Day. So it ties into not only the corporate space, but also ensuring that us as women are heard in those corporate spaces as well. And I'm happy to work with the director on this particular initiative.
Thank you, Angelica, for all those lovely points. And again, taking us to the MMIW 2SM Memorial Assembly. For Trustee Secord, myself has been developing a new source material for schools to adapt when addressing Red Dress Day, for aiming to provide an outline of protocols, speakers, and appropriate language when addressing this sensitive issue. This guide will be a collaborative project with the Student Trustees Secord's High School ISA, or Indigenous Student Association, as well as a consultation with the UIAC and TIYC. Student Trustee Secord hopes that the material will be adapted among future trustees, students, and every other educator for Red Dress Day, as well as other notable dates regarding Indigenous and other insensitive issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Secord. And on to media and events. So Student Trustee Zoe, Student Trustee Bell, and Indigenous Student Trustee Secord attended Trustee Patel's virtual ward forum on the new cell phone policy with Associate Director Salmon and Superintendent Spence and Guman. Student Trustee Zoe provided insights on potential considerations that we need to implement within the new cell phone policy, and I'll pass it to Angelica to build on that.
Yeah, so just building on this particular point, of course, as trustees, as adults, as also sometimes parents as well, here sitting in the boardroom, this particular policy ties into a lot of our lives. And I'm sure you've seen both the personal perspective, but also the perspective of the students you represent within your particular wards. In terms of the student trustee perspective, we tried our best to consult with students regarding in terms of the student perspective report, but also just overall within our student communities. Students have a very diverse range of perspectives on this particular policy, and I'm sure as we go through the revisions of the policy, we'll be able to understand exactly what our students are thinking and how we best implement them into the policy as we create it. It's also important to mention here that it's important to have those open lines of communication throughout this policy building process, because of course, as adults, we think one thing, but as students, we think another. And what we're trying to really do within this policy is ensure that it's effective and make sure that our students are represented and affected in the proper way.
And to finish up our report, I will give my last update as the Indigenous Student Trustee on TIYC's Awasabangba Conference. Our Student Trustee Sigurd has the opportunity to attend the Indigenous run event for TIYC, or again, Toronto Indigenous Youth Council's conference. And if you don't know what the Awasabang means, it's a word in, I believe, Ojibwe and Mohawk, meaning day after tomorrow, conference in April on the 24th. So I very much encourage you to spread the word for any students feeling the need to connect with their culture. And the event is fully developed by the students of TIYC. I'm very proud of them. This is their first sort of chance of creating something that's professional, this fun, this interesting. And the guests will have full access to many opportunities, culturally significant resources such as traditional crafts, keynote speakers, and roundtable discussions. The conference intends to connect students and educators with First Nations culture and support Indigenous students all over the TDSB. And yeah, we hope to continue it for many years to come. Thank you. Miigwech.
And that concludes our student trustee report. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. I don't know how you guys all fit it into the day. So thank you so much, Student Trustee Bell, who we're thrilled that you'll be back next year, but also thank you so much, Trustee Zhu and Indigenous Student Trustee Secord for that phenomenal report. I just want to check, Trustee King, did you have a question or a comment? It looked like, please go ahead. Yeah.
Through the chair, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Student trustees, I feel like every month I want to congratulate and just recognize all of the work that you do, as the chair recognized, in tandem with the full school load that you're carrying. I just really wanted to highlight again, item number 8. So impressive. We do so much advocacy here. We make a lot of asks of our provincial partners, and we don't always hear the responses we want. We're not always successful in securing everything that we're looking for to support students. The fact that you were able to go out, secure this investment of $2 million, and come back and report on the very specific ways that it will be utilized to support students right across the city is phenomenal. And I really wanted to highlight that and have the public hear that. And just again, thank you for your leadership and your work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great point, and I'm so glad that you brought that to everyone's attention. Trustee Patel, did you have a comment as well?
And and Trustee Bell for joining my ward forum on a very important policy we are going to make, and their insights of our students and how we can shape policies, bringing student trustees and other stakeholders. I was so appreciative of Zav and Bell for giving such a good insight to my ward, and hoping that more student trustees will join in other wards too. Thank you for joining the ward forum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know there will be significant consultation, and students will be among the most important stakeholders as we roll out that policy. So something to look forward to in the future. So thank you so much. Next up, we have item number 11. We'll be turning our attention to Director Russell Rollins, who will provide us with her Director Leadership Report.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Good evening, students, staff, community members, and the Board of Trustees. This evening, my leadership report will provide updates on NBE 3U, People and Culture Department, and highlight Women's History Month. Just over a year ago, on February 1st, the board approved a motion put forth by Indigenous student trustee Isaiah Shafkat to make English Contemporary First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Voices, NBE 3U, the compulsory grade 11 English course for all TDSB students. The motion aligned with the board's strategic direction and commitment to Truth and Reconciliation, Commission of Canada's calls to action, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Guided by Elder Dr. Duke Redbird, guest speakers, and Indigenous protocols using Kirkness and Bernhardt's 4 R's of Indigenous education and Joanne Archibald's 7 Indigenous Storywork principles, the UIEC teaching and learning staff create and lead sessions for English teachers focused on developing their capacity to center Indigenous voices, stories, and perspectives as they teach the curriculum. By September of 2024, just a few short months away, over half of the TDSB secondary students will be taking NBE 3U as the compulsory English course. What a difference 2 years has made. I want to express my gratitude on behalf of the board and our students and our communities to the Elders Council, the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee, the TDSB's Urban Indigenous Education Center, and of course, Indigenous writers, poets, and artists who have all been instrumental in expanding our students' understanding of Indigenous histories, survival, and cultures through the English curriculum. 2 weeks ago, we announced that the TDSB's Employee Services Department will now be entitled People and Culture. Many stakeholders have questioned whether this is really just a name change. It is so much more than a name change. Our efforts are guided by research and evidence-based practices about deepening employee engagement, strengthening recruitment and retention, advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion practices, employee wellness, and modern service delivery models. Our current employees and future generations of TDSB employees will expect a proactive approach in our response to the changes occurring in the world of work around the world. We are also in the process of implementing the recommendations developed during a third-party review, which has a strong emphasis on change management and a framework for continuous improvement. I'm asking all of us to invest in this change, financially, procedurally, and professionally. This name change to People and Culture also symbolizes, I think, an important renewal in the TDSB's approach toward how we support our employees from recruitment to retirement. It's been 25 years since a re-envisioning of the array of services that this incredibly hardworking and skilled team delivers to 40,000 staff in over 600 locations. As the name suggests, the shift that is taking place is also a commitment to providing a positive organizational culture that better supports improved student outcomes and employees' experiences. Together, we're excited to continue building a workplace where everyone feels valued, inspired, and empowered to make a meaningful contribution to a sustainable, equitable, and academically strong public education system for our children. March is Women's History Month, and I recall back as far as university, learning about various women leaders and being surprised at times by how they were characterized. That was until I read a speech which contained a quote from the world-famous anthropologist Jane Goodall. She said, "It actually doesn't take much to be considered a difficult woman. That's why there's so many of us." Women who were considered difficult by their contemporaries are among those who have most powerfully shaped history, culture, and communities in the city of Toronto and really around the world. Tonight, I recognize as we begin Women's History Month, Mayor Olivia Chow, who worked as a sculptor, ESL teacher, and a counselor for newcomers. She found her passion in public service. As you all know, she was first elected as a Toronto Board of Education trustee in 1985, where she served 6 years. Through her work as Metro Toronto councillor, she created lasting programs that continue to help families in Toronto, and today she bravely leads this city as mayor. I also think of Dr. Rhonda McEwen, the first Black female scholar and president of Victoria College at the University of Toronto. Dr. McEwen is an accomplished scholar holding 4 degrees, including a PhD in information from the University of Toronto, a world-renowned researcher in human-machine communication. Her appointment is not only a first for Victoria College, but she leads work that undoubtedly will impact not only us here in Toronto, but many people around the world. I also think of Shannon Kustachin of Attawapiskat First Nation, who helped to lead Students Helping Students, a campaign to have a new school built in her community. This became the largest youth-led rights movement in Canadian history. It's a story that goes untold. Shannon tragically passed away before her graduation date. However, her legacy remains, including her powerful words, "Get up, pick up your books, and keep walking in your moccasins." This Women's History Month, educators across the TDSB will be teaching students of all genders about difficult girls and women, like those mentioned, and many others who boldly fought not only for their rights and success, but for a world that better supports our collective success and well-being. I'm reminded of the words of activist Jean Lum, who we have a school named after. Jean was very active in the 1950s and 60s in changing racist immigration policy laws. She spoke of the gratitude she felt to have the opportunity to be out front as an official spokesperson. Jean explained, "Women have always had to be too much in the background." Today, I'm honored to be the leader of the TDSB and feel very lucky to be able to work with so many incredible leaders of all genders, many of whom identify as female and are out front in improving the educational lives of the children we serve. I truly look forward to this Friday, where I will be able to connect with our students and help highlight for them all of the leadership paths that women like Olivia, Rhonda, Shannon, and thousands of other women have made possible for them not only to pursue, but to achieve. Thank you. This concludes my leadership report.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Director Russell Rollins. Turning to item number 12, we have declarations of possible conflict of interest. At this time, I'd just like to call that attention to trustees. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare a potential conflict of interest of an item that was in private session. And for staffing this evening, I will refrain from voting on elementary teacher staffing as my daughter is a member of ETFO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Laskin. Okay. Okay. No other conflicts of interest. I'm not hearing any from trustees online or seeing none in the room, so we will move forward. Up next, we have matters to be decided without discussion. This is the consent agenda. The following items are on consent. Item number 14, item number 16.11, 16.12, 16.13, 16.14, 16.16, 16.18, 16.21, 16.22, 16.31, 16.32, 16.33, 16.34, 16.35, 16.36, 16.37, 16.51, 16.52, 16.53, 16.54, 16.56, and 16.57. The items that are off consent, the ones that were not on consent agenda, are item number 15, item number 16.1.5, 16.1.7, 16.1.9, then 16.1.5, which is the motion which trustee Pay, the minority report that trustee Pay requested be pulled. And then the remaining items are, and I'm going in the order we will move in tonight, 16.4, and then 16.55, and 16.58. So up next, we have I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Ms. Joseph Dowers. For consent agenda, thank you, Trustee Nunziata and Trustee Laskin. All those in favor, will do this by show of hands, please. And those online, too, if you could just let us know if you vote in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Do you have a question? Please go ahead. Trustee DeVitis. Although we're in the middle of a vote, is this a point of order with respect
No, I
to
thought we
this vote?
finished the vote. If we finish the vote, I have a
Okay,
question.
so any opposed to the consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll vote by show of hands. No, I did that already, right? Got out of habit. Okay, that has carried. Trustee DeVitis.
A question, and it doesn't have to be for this meeting, but is it possible to get both lists separate in writing digitally or printed so that we can more easily follow the list? It makes it more difficult to follow what's on the agenda. I'm sure you have a list, but the rest of us will have a difficult time following.
So it was emailed to trustees this morning. I had asked that it gets emailed in the morning what's pulled off consent so that we know, so that it gives trustees a chance to be prepared, like more prepared and refreshed on those items. But are you eager to have a list kind of like this printed out at your table?
If we can get both, like the items that are for discussion and then the list of items without discussion.
Well, so I think do you have one of what's pulled off consent in your blue folder? Okay, I'm not sure if I have that in my blue folder. Apparently it's in your blue folder.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you.
So I don't. No, what's not on consent? What's being asked for is what's not on consent. Everybody has different things. I feel like that would be helpful as well. What I do is
So we don't have to cross it off as we go through and all that stuff. You have the two lists separate. It makes it easier to follow a conversation. Again, if other folks are comfortable with that, that would help me and maybe a few others.
Okay. So we do send it in the morning, but we could work on getting that provided because I feel it would be helpful too. So, and I will take that request back. Okay. So now that we have that sorted out, we will move on to item number 15, which is staff reports. This is the schedule of meetings for regular board and standing committee meetings for 2024. There's some revisions that's up for approval, but there is also, I believe, a recommendation, a motion coming by, and who's moving? May I just ask who's moving? Okay, Trustee Laskin, and who's the seconder? Do we have a seconder for this? Thank you, Trustee Earhart. And so this is recommended that Part A says that the regular meeting of the Finance Budget Enrollment Committee scheduled for March 26th be changed to March 27th, 2024. And I would just remind everybody that we still have a meeting on the 26th. That's a special FBEC, and that one is for delegations. And then Part B, we're going to be adding C. Part B is that the special meeting to consider the operating budget scheduled for March 27th be changed to April 2nd, 2024. Okay, I didn't know about that one. And then there's a Part C that's coming, and there it is on the floor. So just to confirm, we have a mover, Trustee Laskin, Trustee Earhart, are you okay to second this? Okay, and the third clause that's been added, and this has to do with the timing of Eid. There had been some, no, not, okay. It just needed a change, my apologies. That the regular meeting of the Planning and Priorities Committee scheduled for April 11th, 2024 to be changed to April 4th, 2024. Okay, so Trustee, it's on the floor. Trustee Patel, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just need clarification. Why are we changing Part C? Is there a special ask? Is there something in there?
I think there was a conflict in schedules, I believe, with the director and staff. There's a challenge with April 11th that's been raised.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, not seeing or hearing any further questions. There's nothing online. We will open the vote on this item. And we are using...
Can we vote separately on item C?
The vote is already open, unfortunately, Trustee Patel. Do you have a... Pardon? I can't hear you. Well, we've been told it's not done. That is not.
I don't see it on eScribe. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my eScribe is not working.
Okay, you can vote. How do you vote, Trustee Pei?
In favor.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Pei. I'm in favor as well. And Trustee Hastings is in favor.
Wilka Rotman in favor.
Are we missing anybody? Okay, and that has carried. Moving on, we have item number 16.1.5. This is the Toronto Lands Corporation Community Partnership Opportunities to Enhance Sports Fields. I will turn it over to Director Russell Rollins to introduce this report, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm going to present this report, and also CEO Ryan Glenn is online as well if there are questions. So this is a report that was brought to PPC after approval at TLC for a license agreement between TDSB and the Toronto Scottish Rugby Football Club to grant non-exclusive shared use of the sports field at Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute in exchange for a financial investment in the construction of an artificial turf field. This is the result of an extensive process where TLC worked with TDSB to issue an RFP seeking a community not-for-profit partner to invest in the enhancement of the outdoor sports field. The Toronto Scottish Football Rugby Club was a successful proponent, and the details are included in the report. TSC and TDSB will use this experience of the process to replicate the process for other TDSB schools. And the first two that have been identified are Emory Collegiate Institute and Pearson Collegiate Institute. There will be continued opportunities to implement this strategy. And these two schools are good candidates based on a number of factors that also coincide with the guiding principles for our capital revitalization strategy. They include, but not only, location, LOI, the size of the field, and no accommodation reviews scheduled, and other major construction projects currently taking place. So we're excited to bring this strategy into the overall capital revitalization strategy and look forward to providing many of our schools with a similar opportunity. So pleased to take any questions. Thank you.
Trustee Patel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry to bring this item back on the agenda because I'm also part of TLC, but I was not present on that day. Just want to understand about Community Partnership Opportunities Program. So what is the procedure and how the schools are chosen? And for this particular rugby football program, how many schools were chosen and why Lawrence Park was chosen? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we were actually approached by the Toronto Scottish Rugby Football Club, specifically regarding Lawrence Park. And we did not want to move to directly moving forward with it without a competitive process. Wanted to design a process that would work there, that would help us to pilot and understand the process, and then be able to replicate it and move it to other schools that may or may not have had interested parties come forward to TDSB. So we really wanted to look, we had an opportunity here that we wanted to work with this community partner because they came forward, but they weren't automatically chosen. They went through a process to be chosen. And then, again, be able to replicate it in other areas of the board.
Thank you, Associate Director. To you, Madam Chair, how many schools were considered for the request from the Rugby Association?
Through the chair, because they came forward looking specifically at Lawrence Park, we started with the school rather than with the Toronto Rugby Club. So when they came forward with that school, we looked at using that school as the start of this process based on the interest and again, issued that RFP, and then they were successful. So there could have been other not-for-profit organizations that came forward and they could have been successful based on the process. But we thought it was important to have a competitive and fair process. But it was initiated at the school specifically because of the interest that was brought forward originally.
Thank you, Associate Director. To you, Madam Chair, I'll repeat my question again. So only one school was in consideration, not more than one?
Through the chair, yes, for this particular first one, yes, and then we will continue to roll it out across the district where it's possible.
Thank you, Associate Director. To you, Madam Chair, how long usually this process takes from an application to an approval?
So thank you, and through the chair, this process took a little bit longer because it was the first process. The RFP was initially issued in the spring of last year. We expect now that we have an RFP in place that we can use to replicate, the process should be a lot quicker, I would say within 6 months from start to the decision being made.
Thank you, Associate Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, up next we have Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you. So I don't have any questions, just going to speak in support of the report. I like the model. I like the work that staff have done to identify a number of different schools in different parts of the city. And I'm hoping it works because it can bring third-party investment, charitable organizations that can work with our schools. And if this works, it's something that we can try and continue to replicate to bring third-party investment into our schools, but to create spaces that are dedicated to our students and our school communities. And I think that's a very important element of what the report hopes to do. Very happy to support it. I hope all my colleagues will be able to do so as well. Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Hassan.
Good evening, everyone, through the chair. I just want to echo my colleague Matia's sentiment in regards to my support for the community partnership opportunities. It's from what I understand and how the process was just explained by staff is that this is sort of a pilot project. And going forward, I hope to see more of these opportunities in underfunded communities such as York Southwestern, where we do have the highest amount of model schools. So I do know staff has been working hard to create this opportunity, but just going forward, it'll be nice to see more community partnership opportunities such as what we're seeing at Lawrence Park in areas like York Southwestern and other ridings such as Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other speakers on the list, can I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Trustee Laskin and Trustee DeVitis. Thank you. This will now come open on eScribe. If you're not using eScribe, please let us know how you vote. I am in favor of this item. Thank you. Trustee Hassan. Trustee Hassan. How do you vote? Yeah.
Pay in favor.
Trustee Loka Rotman, how do you vote? He's in favor.
In favor.
Thank you. And Trustee Wong, how do you vote?
Chair, Trustee Wong's voting in favor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and that has carried 18-1. Up next, we have item number 16.1.7. This was a business arising motion, building of childcare centers. And I would just ask if I could pass the chair to Trustee McLean for this item, as I was the mover on it.
I'll acknowledge receipt of the chair. Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
So this item, thank you very much I do wish to speak on it, if that's okay.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. This is a motion that we brought forward at committee because, you know, we have a number of childcare sites, capital projects that we have been trying to get off the ground, get a shovel in the ground on for many years now. And we have struggled with a lack of funding to meet the costs of these capital projects. In particular, the benchmarks are outdated. The delays have been substantial in receiving approval to proceed at various stages. We have had an offer from the government that still leaves us with a significant shortfall. And yet we know there are thousands of childcare spots that are at risk if we are not able to build these sites. But we are not able to build these sites without additional funds from the ministry. And we have, in fact, added considerable funds from our POD to go towards this, despite the fact that our POD is really meant for modernization and this is not our primary responsibility. I think it's really important at this stage in the game to formally try to get this moving again with the province by writing a letter to the Minister of Education, building on our previous letter of November 1st, where we would outline the benefits of a seamless day, which we know is outlined in the ministry's own their very own documents as the gold standard, but also is in the Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. It's touted, including information on the construction costs and how that all works and the challenges we're facing. Acknowledging that the recent offer by the ministry of additional per project funding, that's insufficient, and that given the significant shortfall still remaining, but the dire need for childcare spaces, particularly, and all of these sites are in underserved areas where there is a dearth of childcare. We have an equity of access issue in the City of Toronto. Given that the ministry come to the table and work with us on perhaps pooling this money, the 25%, and instead of requiring us to only be able to use it per project and then we have to cough up the rest, that money has been allocated to childcare. And so really, the idea would be, let's get going, let's get started at least by allowing us to pool these funds and all of the money that has been put aside, including our own proceeds of disposition, and get shovels in the ground. And as we were told by staff recently, if we were allowed to do that, we could get a significant number of projects going. And I think that it would be really important in this letter, and I think this would be part of the power of it, would be to provide a list of the projects that staff believes that they could build, like the specific projects, if the money were allowed to be pooled as pressure on the government, and that we would also request that we get a timely reply. So this is part and parcel of the advocacy work that we've been doing, the op-ed article, the work with the Catholic School Board, because they're having the exact same challenge. And this would sort of be that one of the final pieces of that to hopefully get this moving. So I hope that trustees will support this motion, and when this letter is done, that it would be widely shared in terms of publicity by trustees. So happy to take any questions if trustees have it.
Thank you, Trustee Chernow-Slyn. Trustee Earhart.
Yes, thank you very much. And many of the trustees would have heard me at our Plans and Priorities Committee. What we learned in that committee, and I believe what has been known for many of us, is that this building childcare co-located to schools is always the right decision. It's needed across our city. There's chronically underserved areas, but every decision to build a childcare center adjacent to, co-located with a school is a good decision. It will always be a good decision. The cost will only ever go up. And so I said it at that committee, so I'll say it now. We require our other orders of government to frankly stop dithering. And I say this as a difficult woman and a mother whose own mother fought for child care centers like these. I have fought for child care centers like these. Please, let's not have our children fight for these child care centers. Please let them have the child care centers. And so just to reiterate that this is very important work. I'm very happy we're doing it, and that as other orders of government continue their negotiations, this period, the next period, I hope we will continue, and this would be my question to the chair, that we will continue in our advocacy and in our work, not just for those that we feel are shovel ready at this moment, but but all of those that were identified on that list, and for all communities, so that we can get to a vision where there's childcare center in every school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Did you want to respond, Trustee Chernow-Slyn?
Well, just with respect to Trustee Earhart, your comment about that you hope this would just be the start. I do see this as the start. It would be hard to manage 28 projects concurrently. So given also the vast array of other pieces that need to be done with respect to this. So I just would point out the motion is flexible. There's no fixed numbers of sites on it.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And thanks so much to all my trustee colleagues for their continued advocacy and for sharing the work that's underway in our collective advocacy for childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee DeVitas, is it your intention to second this motion?
Sure. I wanted to speak to it. I wanted to speak to the motion.
Right, no, I understood. I just wanted to clarify.
I
that.
could second it. I don't know if anybody else wanted to. I'd love to second it.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out something I saw today, because of course, very often we send letters to the Ministry of Education asking for funds because there's a structural deficit. Today, the province's Financial Accountability Office put out the report. The government's contingency fund has grown to $5.1 billion from last year's $4 billion. So they continue to put money away for other reasons. Specifically for childcare, they budgeted $146 million more than what they spent last year. So the notion that there isn't money out there, they're not even spending the money that they're budgeting, and they're under budgeting what we need. So I think this is timely. We continue to have a conversation with them now through the press and through the public, and I think we need to continue to do more of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeVitas. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in full support of this motion and just feel like it's time for a little history lesson. Previous colleague on the board, Irene Atkinson, when she was a mom a number of years ago, early on in the Toronto board, she fought for childcare in schools. And actually, she was the instigator back in the 80s of childcare in schools in the former Toronto board. In 2009, Charles Pascal spoke about a seamless day, having seen it modeled in schools, and that became the precursor of full-day kindergarten, which the McGuinty government created in 2009. There is a legacy of a reason why childcare should be in schools. The importance of the seamless day for students, the importance of not shuffling kids around to different buildings, the importance of having kids comfortable to be in their local school, creates education synergies, it helps with their learning, and it certainly helps build communities. So it really troubles me that schools are no longer thought of by this government as the appropriate vehicle to house childcare. It goes against everything research has taught us in terms of what's best for young children. So I felt like I just wanted to say that out loud again. Childcare belongs in our schools. You have a willing partner here, but this board is not funded for childcare. We're funded for public school education, which starts at 4 years old. So we need the province to be our partner. We need the province to fund the spaces so that we can provide them, and we give those spaces within our schools willingly because we know it's best for kids and families. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I have, seeing no one else on the list, do the movers and seconders wish to speak again before we open the vote? Do you want it? Okay. Thank you. So Trustee Chernoslin has moved. Trustee DeVitas has second. We've opened the vote, please. I will encourage all those who don't have the opportunity to use eScribe tonight to share your vote verbally.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Chernoslin in favor.
Trustee Rolka Rotman, please. How do you vote? Trustee Loko Rotman, can you share your vote, please? We'll assume she stepped away then. Please mark her absent. That vote carries 18 to 0. At this time, I will return the chair to Trustee Chernoslin.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Up next, we are on item number 16.1.9. And this is a motion that was brought entitled Ban Ads for Gambling. And I believe this was brought by Trustee Laskin, who wishes to speak on it. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was brought to my attention early in the new year by two stalwarts of our community, Bruce Kidd from the University of Toronto and John Sewell. In 2021, Parliament legalized sport betting in Canada and enabled provinces and territories to control and manage. And Ontario established it in April of 2020 and registered 40 betting companies. Since then, anybody who watches television, listens to radio, looks at billboards in sporting arenas, knows that there's been an explosion, an absolute explosion, whether it's in venues, on people's uniforms, etc. And you can't even, really watch a program anymore without seeing betting ads. Gambling can lead to significant harm, including runaway debt, stress to families, low self-esteem, depression, and even suicide. And Statistics Canada estimated that 1.6% of adult gamblers are at moderate to high risk of gambling disorders. Probably most alarming for us as a school system is underage gambling is very common in Canada. And according to statistics in banadsforgambling.ca, it's estimated that 10% of the audience for sports on television is made up of children and youth under 18 years old. And the gambling ads and its fluency, it really entices these adolescents and vulnerable people to think they can make a quick buck and all their problems will go away. I felt therefore incumbent upon us as a school board to actually support the campaign to ban ads for gambling, which calls for the prohibition of advertisements on gambling the same way that ads for tobacco and ads for cannabis have been restricted. And that is the motion, Madam Chair, that we actually let these views be known. We help to protect our youth and vulnerable members of our society, and that the three recommendations are before us. It includes a letter, a writing campaign, and it includes us staying in touch with John Sewell and Bruce Kidd to help us let our parents and community know of this advocacy. And lastly, that it be shared with the Ontario Public School Boards, and that we support this motion that also came to the Blue Water School Board, to ban gambling ads. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Trustee Laskin. Trustee King, please go ahead.
The seconder's not going to speak first.
Who will be seconding this motion? Is Trustee Williams? Do you wish to speak on this motion before I go to Trustee King, or do you wish to go on the speaker's list? Trustee Williams. Have we got a live mic?
Thank you, through the chair. No, I think the delegation that we heard and Trustee Laskin's comments emphasize and highlight the importance of passing this motion. So those are my few comments. Happy to second this motion.
Thank you. And now over to you, Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. My interest in this campaign has actually really grown since the movers have introduced it to us. I spoke on this at Planning and Priorities, but I really feel that adding our voice to this advocacy is a really responsible position to take. I thought that both Bruce and John did a really great job through their delegation of just highlighting the harms of gambling and sport betting on young people, the devastation on families. A lot of people were nodding their heads as they're listening, because for many of us, it's unfortunately something that we've seen in our own lives, in our networks, in our communities. And it's something that I fear is going to potentially expand, considering the economic situations that we're in, the desperation that people face. That night at committee, I also shared a story from a mother in my ward whose high school son was enticed, exactly as you explained, but by an imitation online betting site, a scam, where he thought he was sport betting, but instead subsequently lost hundreds of dollars. So the financial fallout and the mental health disorder that's mentioned, those are both very real. I just wanted to add some other food for thought, because it was coincidental. A couple of days after that committee meeting, I actually ran into Bruce Kidd at an OFIAT event, Ontario Physical Health Education Association. And we were there in a community of sport leaders, community leaders, school leaders, and we were all visioning and talking about a more inclusive approach to school sport. And it was in the context of having that discussion about sport and the positive impacts of it, the potential that games do for all kinds of development for young people. It was in the context of that conversation that I actually understood one of the other key points in the campaign that I don't think we talked about as much at committee, and that was about how sport betting demeans the integrity of sport. And I think that's a really important point as well. Sport and game and movement have a really positive impact on child and youth and academic performance, mental, physical health, social, emotional health. And I think this is a time when we should actually be trying to open up participation. We should be facilitating the benefits of sport, not standing by and watching the demeaning and the degradation of it. So I just wanted to add that other perspective from our responsibility and from our duty, and I'm really happy to support this motion and really preserve the integrity of sport. I know that when Bruce and John came and they shared with us, their hope was also that other school boards were listening and that they would also follow suit. And I would expand that, and I would say that I really hope that communities are listening as well, that mental health advocates are listening, that our sport organizations are listening and also speaking up. So again, I thank the movers for bringing this forward, and I hope my colleagues will pass and add our voice to this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Student Trustee Bell.
Thank you very much for offering me the floor to speak. Now, when this particular topic came up in the agenda, I truly knew that I wanted to share a few words from the student perspective. The act of gambling and ads in particular, when you combine those two, it creates a very dangerous combination. So currently, what students are seeing is a really romanticized version of what gambling, or sports gambling in particular, means or can look like when used correctly based on ad campaigns. What we as students see is essential to how we perceive the world around us. And at the impressionable minds of high school students or even younger, when they go and pop up on the TV, they watch the Raptors and they see an ad for gambling from their favorite sports player or their favorite actor overall, they connotate that to a romanticized feeling about the act of gambling and going onto the internet and investing their time, their money, their effort into something that's not actually true. So I wanted to share that I wholeheartedly agree with this particular motion from the student perspective, and it's particularly important to highlight that students overall should not be able to see things on the internet or overall ad campaigns that relate to this romanticizing of an industry that's not positive for student engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Student Trustee Bell. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add just into this discussion, and this is information from the Youth Gambling Awareness Program. Youth today are the first generation to grow up in a society where gambling is actively promoted, legalized, and glamorized. And this was something that really hit home to me because I have an 8-year-old child. Gambling patterns start as early as 8 years old and can be established before an adolescent reaches high school. And so I note that for families out there and for anyone watching, help is available, and that we do have resources at the TDSB website, but also connects Ontario Discover Mental Health Addiction and Problem Gambling Services. The number's 1-866-531-2600, and thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Important reminders for everybody. To the movers, do you wish to close on this matter? Okay, seeing no further comments, we will open the vote on 16.1.9.
Stand in favor.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Wilka Rotman in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
And that has carried unanimously. At this time, we will move to page 16 of the agenda. This is item number 16.1.5 and the minority report. I will turn the floor over to Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, I'm bringing a minority report because I disagree with the decision made by the Planning and Priority Committee and request the matter be approved by the full board. First, I think it's very important to establish the facts around the 2023 literature review on meritocratic perception of public education and diverse learning opportunities. This was an official document written by the TDSB Research Department. It was presented to the board last May. If it's not for an independent analysis by a committee member, it would never come to light that 55% of the document was plagiarized, and 20% sources presented in the review were completely made up. Imagine that, a literature review, where 20% of reviewed literature is completely made up. An irony here is that apparently the TDSB academic honesty policy applies to students, but not TDSB staff. It is apparently TDSB policy to apply higher standards to our students than our educators. The revelation of plagiarism and fake quotations was widely reported in news articles, TV, radio talk shows, and social media. All of it caused significant reputation harm to our board, and the lack of serious reaction continued to cause further harm. So far, disappointingly, there has not been a public correction. The TDSB Research Department claims they provided full explanation to the Planning and Priority Committee. My fellow committee members were sufficiently satisfied with the response that they rejected my motion. They seem to be so satisfied to even end the debate early, even though I was in the middle of questioning TDSB staff about the particulars of their explanation. So let me ask, if we are satisfied with the oversight provided here, in light of blatant violations of standards we apply to children, then what are the answers to the following questions? How much did the report cost? Who reviewed and gave final approval to this report? Were any consequences taken in regards to those individuals? The TDSB explanation put the sole blame on a single hourly temporary employee. But how does a temporary hourly employee have the ability to put the false information in front of trustees? What specific measures were taken to ensure this does not reoccur? TDSB staff said the purpose of the report was to provide context. Just for my own context, how often are trustee packages accompanied by literature review? And if it's wanted to provide context, shouldn't it have been provided context on identity-based lottery admissions? What was the real reason this report was created? It goes without saying that trustees rely on staff to provide truthful and accurate information. TDSB staff presented us, unfortunately, with false information that was completely made up, and they have now returned to correct the record. We're trustees elected to hold the TDSB accountable and provide oversight. Let's ask me all, what would you do if your child plagiarized a school project? You would obviously make them do it again and properly. What do we think that our educators should be held to a lower standard than our students? Why do we, as a trustee, not want to see accurate information on this topic? How can we do our job without accurate information? My dear colleagues, let me ask you again, what action are we, as trustees, going to take in response to a document presented to us blatantly violating a standard that we apply to children? I don't want to have to tell my constituents that the answer to that is nothing. Thank you. My dear colleague, I hope you will support this important motion to show the public transparency and accountability do matter in public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Hastings, are you seconding this motion? Okay, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm afraid I can't add much more than's been added to what was said on the floor already. I am a little perturbed that this has happened, and I would like to see that corrected, and also be able to say this has been corrected as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to our speakers list. I have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I did at committee, I felt this matter was addressed. It was addressed publicly in the media response to these concerns right away, and it was also addressed at the committee. I'm wondering about if staff would like to address yet again this issue for us all to hear in public. Thank you.
Would staff like to speak to this?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Laskin and to esteemed trustees in the board. It certainly is appropriate for me to once again address the board in public session with what I shared at PPC committee on February the 28th. On May 25th, 2022, the Board of Trustees approved Policy 100, Student Interest Programs. A guiding principle in the policy reads, "The Board is committed to providing equitable access to learning opportunities for all students. This includes our ongoing commitment to truth and reconciliation, human rights, equity, anti-racism, and our commitment to combating anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, and all other forms of racism and discrimination." In the spring of 2023, staff were preparing a report to update the Board of Trustees on the implementation of Policy 100, specifically to provide information on the first year of successful implementation of the Central Student Interest Programs. The report was presented on May 24th, 2023, to the Planning and Priorities Committee. The report and its design shared progress to date, data, and addressed questions and concerns related to the new admissions process. As part of the planning for this report, staff included a literature review on meritocracy, which related to one of the guiding principles in the policy. Questions were raised during the first year related to the guiding principle. Hence, the purpose of the literature review was to provide context for trustees. Similarly, staff provided Appendix N, a legal opinion regarding the implementation of priority groups, also in anticipation of questions from trustees. The report included 14 appendices, among them a literature review, which did not influence the content of the report describing year one of the implementation of the program. On May 25th, staff learned that the literature review contained multiple citations that were incorrect or in some cases missing entirely. This was a serious departure from the professional standards and academic integrity of the TDSB. At the time, staff shared that the researcher who authored the literature review was no longer contracted by the Toronto District School Board. The literature review contained information from dozens of reputable sources, including leading academic researchers in the field of education, and we regret that these serious citation errors distracted from the important concepts summarized in the review and the successes highlighted in the report itself. The review of the report, literature review on I stumble on this every time, meritocratic perceptions of public education and diverse learning opportunities, was edited, redrafted, and reviewed over the production period. However, the initial draft where the citations issues were embedded in the first place was not reviewed for the type of citation errors that this report had due to the unusual nature of plagiarism as it relates to professional research and scholarship. Put another way, the issue that occurred is a serious breach of ethical standards among professionals involved in research. You would not expect nor plan for colleagues or associates to be committing this kind of error in conducting research at this level. Since that time, the research department has revised its document review processes. Once a report is written, it is now analyzed using software to identify any potential errors and omissions in citations, non-original content, and misuse of content. Our reports continue to be peer edited and reviewed in order to meet standards of rigor, validity, and reliability for reports drawing on quantitative methods, as well as authenticity, trustworthiness, and plausibility for reports drawing on qualitative and mixed methods research. These reports are written with a teams-based approach. The report was drafted by TDSB staff. Accordingly, there are no costs or expenses to be calculated. At the time of the literature review, the person was a temporary employee in a casual assignment submitting timesheets for hourly wages. I hope that provides the background once again, Trustee Laskin, for the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. Up next on our list, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. To staff, should this motion pass, would you be bringing any different information to us on June the 30th compared to what you have just shared right now at this moment?
Thank you. Through the chair, no, I would not.
Thank you. So I hope my colleagues understand that this then would be a performative motion, given that no different information would be shared on June 30th, 2024. To staff, through the chair, are any of these questions not permitted to be answered in public?
Thank you, and through the chair, to Trustee Dawson, I believe that I have answered all of the questions with the background information that the motion is seeking. Thank you.
Okay. It's my understanding through the chair from our conversation in PPC that the results of accountability measures taken were not able to be discussed as they were a private personnel matter. So I just want to understand that, because I would like to, if we have not heard everything on the floor tonight, motion to go into private to hear that. So perhaps I could get a legal opinion.
Through the chair, if I can assist on that one. The nature of the questions that were asked in committee were to seek personal information and including information regarding any litigation or legal action we would be taking. So based on the questions that were asked, that was my recommendation at that time. In order to be able to answer it, would have to go into private. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, if I may add to Trustee Lawson through the chair. Trustee Dawson, we have answered the question that the individual who was contracted is no longer contracted by the board. Thank you.
Okay. Through the chair, irrespective of that, I believe that there are still concerns in this room regarding consequences, and I would like to motion to go into private to discuss further the accountability measures taken and questions that trustees may have that can only be answered in private.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I do not agree put this one back to private, because I'm not asking for personal information. I'm asking for the organization chain of responsibility. Because this is a report, what put in the public, we should not ask the trustee to vote to go private, because this is about the public transparency and accountability. So we should remain in public.
Trustee Pei, we've only had a mover asked to go into public. We would need a seconder, and then we would vote on it, and you could vote whichever way you wanted. Right? Like you could vote against that.
But you know what? I think is, Madam Chair.
It's not on the floor yet, though, for
yeah,
debate.
I understand. But Madam Chair, I think this is against Education Act. Okay, I want to read to you. According to
Trustee
Action
Pei,
Act.
Trustee Pei, you don't have the floor, though, at the moment.
Pardon me? Pardon me, Madam Chair. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay, all right. So he can keep going. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it is appropriate for us to vote against Education Act.
So I think what Trustee Dawson was asking about perhaps slightly different issues than what you're asking about. What you're asking about, staff have explained that they have answered. Trustee Dawson was asking about additional pieces that were questions that were asked in the meeting last week at PPC to go into private. So I would just point out that the move to go into private is not technically on the floor because I don't have a seconder yet. I only have a mover.
Well, I'm talking about Education Act. I don't think the staff explain the Education Act properly. So I want to have a discussion with
right now, this is a point of order. Okay, is there a seconder to move into private? Oh, trustee, okay. If I can move in, if we can move into private. Why wasn't you able to? Okay, I'm going to call a recess for a minute.
Of intimate personal or financial information in respect of member of the board or committee. So, the meeting should not go to private.
But which bylaw is that? Like trustee Dawson, where is trustee Dawson?
Had to leave first.
Okay, maybe she's in having a bio break. Trustee, the world knows. I don't think the world listens. Trustee Dawson has asked to go into private to discuss private personnel matters. Whether it's particular to your motion, she's just asked to go into private about stuff. We can only discuss in private items that would be discussed in private. Things that aren't allowed to be discussed in private as per the Education Act, we would come back into public. So I just want to clarify that for everybody. We only discuss in private items that would be covered under the Education Act to be discussed in private. Otherwise, we would come back. So as a point of order, unless you can cite the particular bylaw, I don't believe there's a point of order here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so at this point, we have a motion on the floor to move, to move into private. Trustee Patel, I believe you wish to speak to this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need a clarification. So we are going in private to discuss something which is not in this motion. Am I correct?
My apologies, I was
Just
getting
need
some
a
governance.
clarification. We are going in private to discuss something which is not in this motion. Because I don't see anything, a private information of an employee in this motion. I don't see it. So I'm not sure why we are going in private. That's number one. But if we are going in private, once that's discussed, are we coming back to discuss this motion?
Yeah, well, we're on this motion. We would move into private to discuss whatever Trustee Dawson wishes to discuss that might fall under private matters.
And then we're coming back
And
to
then we
discuss
would come
this.
back, we would still be on item number 16.1.15 because
you.
we haven't voted on item number 16.1.15.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the motion to go into private?
Can I ask for recorded vote for this motion by Trustee Dawson? To moving the meeting from public to private?
Sure, we have, Trustee King was the seconder. Okay, so this will be a recorded vote to move into private. All those in favor of moving into private, I believe, are we doing this on eScribe? We're going to use eScribe for this.
Trustee Payne nodding in favor.
I'm not sure if the motion has opened yet. It's not open on eScribe. Give us a minute. We will let you know when it has opened. We're just entering it in eScribe. But with a recorded vote, we have to go through eScribe. The vote was open, but we had the wrong seconder, so we're redoing it. Just please bear with us. The vote is now open. If trustees online aren't using eScribe, if you could let us know how you vote.
Stand in favor.
Trustee Hassan, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Trustee Lilka Rotman, how do you vote? Oh, she's voted? He's against.
Trustee not in favor.
And that has carried, I think that says 12-9. Okay, thank you, 12-9. So we will now move into private. And if I could just ask Associate Director Pon, who would be in the room for this?
Through the chair, I would ask, considering the nature of the potential questions that may be asked, that only associate directors remain.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back in session, and I believe it was Trustee Dawson, you had the floor. We're in public session on the same item.
Thanks through the chair. I appreciate everyone's indulgence in moving into private session. I feel that my questions, along with others, were answered in that forum. I also feel that given staff has indicated that they will be bringing us no new information on June the 30th, 2024, that this motion has been satisfied, and I would like to see us shift to our other priorities. Listening to the exact same thing again on June 30th, I don't know is the most productive use of our time. And I would like to hopefully see this motion voted down tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Pei, you have, as the mover, you have 3 minutes to close because we are back in formal board. So trustees only have the ability to speak once. Unless you're the mover or seconder, then you have the ability to close.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so I don't have opportunity to ask a question, right? I only have,
Pardon me?
I mean, do I have opportunity to ask questions? Because I want to ask.
You have 3 minutes to speak however you wish.
Okay, I speak, I can ask a question and then speak, right? Good, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, my first question is very short. Who commissioned this report?
And through the chair, as shared at PPC and in my remarks earlier this evening, staff were preparing for the report coming to the board in the spring of 2023. And as part of that planning, staff were anticipating questions for the Board of Trustees of what would be of interest. And it was decided in that planning session to anticipate questions and to create this research report that directly related to the one of the guiding principles in Policy 100. So it was a collective, suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so your chair, Madam Chair, who are the staff?
Thank you, and through the chair, that would be me as the senior staff member, Associate Director Luis Risco, Dr. David Cameron, Head of Research and Assessment, System Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos, and Centrally Assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, who signed this report?
Thank you, and through the chair, it was went through a review process, and the four individuals involved in the report, some would have been in the research department. Ultimately, I, as the associate director, Trustee Pei, go through the vetting process for any report to come to the board, and the work team that I previously mentioned, except for Centrally Assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes, would have been involved. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, what's the purpose of the report?
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe that was asked and answered previously. Thank you.
Senior Madam Chair, how much reputation damage from this report to the board?
Thank you, and through the chair, let me begin by saying the reputation of our board is something that is treasured, that is nurtured. There is nothing more important than public confidence in the work that we do in supporting our students to reach their full potential. We count on the trust that we build and the sense of joy and belonging for each and every single one of our students. The reputation of the board, the trust that we build is a shared responsibility among staff, among the Board of Trustees, collectively, and all of our actions and all of our discussions lead to the increase of that trust or its degradation. Mistakes occur. All of my training and years in education and as a human being, when a mistake occurs, you own it, you make corrective action, and then you do everything possible to shore up processes and policies to make sure it doesn't repeat. The board and staff have worked diligently to make sure that our rigorous standards for reports that are independent, well-researched and cited reports occur. Reputational damage is not possible to quantify in this instance. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is there an internal investigation after it's already reported?
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe that I have described all of the accountability measures that have been taken and a summary of remedial measures taken to prevent reoccurrence. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, what kind of accountability measure we have done? Besides firing that temporary employee.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe that question was previously asked and previously answered. Thank you.
What about those 3 people who saw that report? What about their seriously breach of their duty of overseeing this project?
Thank you, and through the chair, for the opportunity to discuss this in more detail. I talked previously in my statement, in my written statement that was shared with trustees earlier in writing as well as at PPC on February the 28th, and I talked about that plagiarism at this level of an organization and a research and assessment department with esteemed researchers that are renowned not only nationally but internationally. Plagiarism is an egregious act that is not expected. Similarly, I'm going to make an analogy to help put this in perspective through the chair to Trustee Pay. We know that professional colleges of every type have accreditation exams for their members, for clinicians. And one example is a college that requires an annual or an exam for every 3 years. It is a multiple choice assessment with a long series of questions, and the clinician submits their responses in order to maintain licensing. The identity of the individual submitting those answers to that online assessment is not validated. The college assumes that the individual who is submitting their responses to this clinical assessment that is tied to their license and the maintaining of their license is the individual, and they are expecting honesty and integrity. Similarly, we had the expectation of honesty and integrity. If the licensing body that I described previously found out that there was a breach, they may consider other means by which to ascertain the individual's identity who's pressing submit on the other end of that computer. We saw a breach of integrity and honesty, and we similarly have put in measures to ensure it does not repeat. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, why will not do a correction report?
Thank you, and through the chair, at this point, Trustee Pei, we do not feel that it is required because it is not tied any longer to an updated report to the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
So if a student plagiarized his homework, what is the board policy for that?
Through the chair, we have Operational Procedure 613, which describes the steps and processes that schools and educators would undertake to respond to cheating or plagiarism once detected. It defines within this policy to provide age-appropriate instruction about students' ethical responsibility to avoid plagiarism, students' responsibility, and then consequences. There must be communication with parents, as well as the principal of the school if the child is under 18, and then there are a series of consequences, a mark of 0. Or in the professional judgment of the teacher or principal, they may provide an opportunity at another time for the student to demonstrate evidence of proper research skills. Or depending on the nature of the offense and in discussion with the principal, vice principal, the student's other teachers may be alerted. If there is a repeat pattern of dishonesty, there may be escalating severity of consequences. The teacher may make judgments about the degree to which the demonstration of evidence of meeting course requirements and/or curriculum expectations is met, and make a decision about the mark awarded. Those are just some of the consequences outlined within the document. There is no automatic assignment of 0 or to remove a student from the course or from the school.
So if a student plagiarizes, there's going to be serious consequences. But when the board starts plagiarizing, there's no consequence at all. Am I correct?
Through the chair, I do believe the fact that the employee is no longer employed with the Toronto District School Board is the most serious consequence that an employee who can face. So we disagree with that statement.
So, Manager, what about those 3 people who are overseeing this project?
Through the chair, the question has been asked and answered with respect to those other employees.
Correct. I would just encourage Trustee Pei to ask, if you have new questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, I think you've asked several questions repeatedly. So I would just encourage you to reflect on the questions and make sure they're new questions, or use your remaining time to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need that moment. Trust is an indispensable part of our job here. There's a trust that the public has that we will manage public education in Toronto in the best way possible. There's a trust that the information come to the board is truthful and reliable. There's a trust that if something goes wrong, there will be accountability. This trust is central to our job. It is present in the name trustee. At this moment, the trust has been broken. We owe it to the people who elected us to restore it. We also need the trust and the staff to provide us with accurate information. And when doing so, they make a good faith effort to provide a complete and impartial review of the matter without bias. The idea of that, it is not the staff's responsibility to teach us. The staff need to be reminded that it is not their job to teach us. Their job is to provide information and leave the judgment, opinions, and decision to us. We need to trust that they understand their role. This trust also broken. The intention business motion is to restore the credibility of the board to trust, and the trust to our relation with the staff, with the public. So I want all my dear colleagues to know that transparency and accountability do matter in public education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Seeing no further questions, we will open the vote on this item.
I'm not in favor.
Trustee McLean opposed.
Trustee Rajwani, how do you vote? Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? He's in favor. No thumbs up? I think you have to mark Trustee Rajwani is absent because I don't see her in the meeting. And that has been defeated. Okay, moving on to item number 16.4. This is the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee Special Meeting Report, number 4 of March 4th, 2024. I'd like to turn it over to Director Russell Rollins to introduce this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, through the chair. Considering the time, I will ask Associate Director Zucker to briefly present this report, as will all other staff reports this evening be presented in a brief manner in order to ensure that we're able to make our way through the agenda if possible. Thank you very much, Associate Director Zucker.
Thank you, and through the chair, there were 3 reports that were brought to the Special FBAC Committee on Monday. The first was the school-based staffing, and just for our knowledge, the school-based staffing represents approximately 65% of the board's operating budget. And staff bring the school-based staffing at this time to allow principals time to work with their staffing committees to prepare school organizations and timetables to meet collective agreement timelines. The staffing being recommended for approval represent 25,498.5 full-time equivalent employees, or $2.3 billion. This is an increase of over 350 FTE from the prior year, due mostly to increases in projected enrollment, an increase in support for ESL and special education. It is important to note that the reduction in DECEs is a result of decreased projected enrollment in FDK, and that there is a motion that was passed through consent this evening that staff reconsider the assumptions presented in the updated financial position report on January 29th, specifically when we're talking about school-based staffing, the removal of the vice principals, and that the options to balance report on March 19th will provide more information with regards to adding back these positions. For the second report, we presented for approval, for receipt, the financial facts document. This is, first I want to take an opportunity to thank the Budget and Finance staff for the preparation of this important, informative document. It provides historical and current financial information for the TDSB that is shared publicly and allows for a better understanding of the finances of TDSB. And the third report was feedback with regards to the budget webinars. For information, we did the 2 webinars. We had about 40 to 50 participants in each. The presentation was attached to the report. We did answer questions at the webinars, and they are included as well as Appendix B in the report. And there were some themes of the questions that included questions about absences, special education, capital, and there were a number of questions related to advocacy. And staff did ask those participants that were most interested in advocacy to connect with their trustees. So happy to answer any questions on any of the 3 reports. Thank you.
Before we move to the speakers list, I just want to remind everybody that on this item, we're voting on the whole report. So if you have questions, it's on the entire report, financial facts or or the school-based allocation. Trustee Laskin, you're first on the speakers list. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I understand because of the hour, staff didn't want to do a presentation, and I'm very sorry about that because this is an opportunity with some public watching to talk about our budget issues and the underfunding that we find ourselves in starting this process with a deficit, an extreme deficit. Two questions for staff. One is, I think it's very important to outline what the next steps in this process are publicly. And the second question, I asked in committee about communication, and especially communication to staff, because staffing, assuming the board approves the staffing, it will roll out to schools prior to the board having the opportunity to discuss options to balance, which may put staffing back into the schools. So the first question then, to outline for the public what the next steps in our process are and how they can be involved. And the second step is just asking how that communication plan is going through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you, and through the chairs. So this, again, was the first part of the approval process for the budget, and it does represent, as I said, approximately 65%. We know that through the updated financial position that we were preliminary, had a deficit of approximately 35 million. And I just want to add that that 35 million includes an assumption that we receive proceeds of disposition of approximately 15 million to be able to assist us in balancing as in previous year. In the previous year, we were able to receive approval for this by adopting the options to balance in order to use the money from the proceeds to get to a balanced position. So if we were not to receive approval for those proceeds, the updated financial position would be about 50 million. The next step is on Friday, there will be a report for the March 19th, Tuesday, March 19th, special FBEC meeting, which is where the options to balance will be discussed. And so that will be available to trustees and to the public on Friday. So there will be over a week to be able to review the information. On the 19th, we will bring forward the options to balance. On the 26th, we have set aside an evening to hear delegations. So the expectation would be that in consultation with the chair of FBEC, that delegations would be received on the 26th as opposed to the 19th or the 27th. So that would be an opportunity to provide feedback from the public. On the 27th, there is a regular FBEC meeting, and as part of that regular meeting, that is where staff will be bringing forward to FBEC a budget to be approved. And that that regular FBEC meeting the portion related to the budget will go to special board on April 2nd for approval. So really, the important dates are Friday when the information is released, Tuesday when it is presented to FBEC, the Tuesday the 26th, when there's an opportunity for delegation, the 27th, which is Wednesday, to be able to hear the FBEC meeting with regards to the approval of the budget, and then final approval on April 2nd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked also about the communication plan for staff.
So thank you, and through the chair, part of the communication plan for staff with respect to administrators is starting off working with the Principals Association, because it's actually outlined in a terms and condition exactly how we go about if there are surpluses or if there are any changes within the actual school buildings. So the real communication starts with consulting with the Principals Association and then working through with those in people in culture and with principal reps in order to mitigate against any of the, or as much of the changes that are, that would be created when you effectively go through a process where you start off with an administrator in a school, and then that administrator, based on seniority and some other things, is moved out, and then you actually add the allocation back. Because we went through exactly this same type of process 2 years ago, and so sensitivity is one of the key things in communication. So we are devising a plan working with individuals in order to be able to do it in as best as way, because we actually have done it 2 years ago. It's a work in progress right now, and we'll be able to provide greater clarity as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it was December of 2022, a report was presented. It might have been November. Forgive me, I'm not remembering, where it was outlined by staff a formulaic approach of how vice principals were distributed in schools. Last year that changed and vice principals were reduced from the system, and then it was the board that added them back. One of the questions I asked at committee was what would be, or what is now, or what is currently the formulaic approach for vice principals. Has it changed? Have we reverted back to the December or November 2022 formula? Because we never ever did see a new formula, just staff was reduced. And then, because we holistically put back numbers arbitrarily last year, it was 20 elementary and it was 8 secondary. I don't know how many we'll put back this year. I think for me and the schools I represent, I'd like to understand the formula for the allocation of vice principals so I can speculate on what the right number would be. So through you, Madam Chair, to staff, would that information come to trustees prior to March 27th? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. Part of what will end up taking place is that we went through 2 years ago and created, made tweaks to the formula. Part of what we actually did in that process was go through, and there were approximately 5 to 7 specific categories that went into the actual formula, and the trustees that were there at the time are aware of those particular things. Some of those examples were things like enrollment. Enrollment was the driving force with respect to the vice principal allocation. We also went into the number of ISPs, special education programming. We went into grades 7 and 8 classrooms with respect to how many, whether or not it was at grade 7 or 8, special type programs. So there was a series of criteria that we used, and it was a points-based mechanism that effectively different ones of those criteria were given different amounts of points. And so schools created that point system, and I believe that at that point in time, the approximate number in order to create a VP allocation was somewhere around 540. I could be a little bit off on that. Trustee Laskin might actually know much better at this point in time. But based on that, we effectively would do the allocation for vice principals, a 0.5 allocation. Then there is also this part of the formula that speaks to local decision-making. And local decision-making was something that where the superintendents and executive superintendents would look at specific unique needs within school communities in order to provide subsequent allocation. Part of what we were doing when we actually changed the formula was we wanted to be able to have a formulaic approach to the allocation, to effectively move away from as much of the local decision, such that the local decision is actually incorporated in the formula, such that the process was a little bit more easy flowing That being said, local decision is still a huge component of it, as is the formula base, and combined, that is how we get the allocation. So I can't speak exactly to the specifics of how we will land, but that's the process by which we go through, and that was outlined in 2 reports that went to board at that point in time. The first one broke down the actual how, and the second one broke down the actual changes to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we were speaking, I did find the actual report from November of 2021. So the concern I think most of us had last year was when all the VPs were removed, the formula didn't work, because the formula had said that by head count alone, which was given a point, you would get a 0.5 VP if you were between 455 and 559 pupils by head count alone. The reason why we added back VPs last year is we were having schools of over 600 that actually even had French immersion programs in them that would not have had a VP. So what I'm unclear about is, so in 21-22, VPs were distributed by this. In 22-23, VPs were distributed by this. Last year they were removed and then they had to be added back. And this year we started again removing them, and now they'll have to be added back. So I'm just trying to get my head around. I agree that there should be some local decision-making, but I also agree from a transparency and an accountability perspective, if our schools have 500 students in them, they deserve to know whether or not they would get a VP or a 0.5 teaching VP. And that, I believe, should still be a core principle, that we need to be a system whereby there is reasonableness, especially given the fact that we have, I still have schools without permanent administrators. So we have schools where we don't even have permanent administrators. We're removing VPs, and then, oh, sorry, my time is up. My point has been made. I think we need information in order to make appropriate decisions. Thank you.
You may answer. It's the trustee who's out of time, not staff.
Okay, thank you so much, and through the chair, I think as staff, we fully agree with the notion of reasonability with respect to VP allocation. It has to be, and it has to be factored into both the formula and also the local decision-making process. Part of what we also know is that VP allocation represents a limited resource in so many ways, and an important resource within our schools. And so as we go through, we want to be able to catch and capture any anomalies. Anomalies would be situations where you have a school that, based on the points allocation at 455, and thank you for reminding me of that number, it has been a little bit, a 455, that was the number at that point in time, but the number actually does change. So there will be schools that may receive a vice principal allocation that actually fall below 455. Why would that be? That would be because of the fact that schools may have certain unique needs, certain unique situations that may apply. And based on some of that local decision-making process, staff felt it was really important, based on the SSON, some of the consultations that happened with parents, that we wanted and needed to have a vice principal in that particular school, at least as a 0.5. There are some schools that are actually above the 455, and I throw 455 out simply as a number at this point in time, because keep in mind, each year the number vacillates. So 455, I'm just using that as an example right now. There will be schools that are actually above the 455 mark, but may not in fact receive a VP. We certainly will endeavor to get schools that are above that to having a VP, but the reality is, based on local decision-making, that may not be always possible based on limited resource. And so that's why it's a barometer, but part of what we do, we have to be able to address the individual unique needs of every single school as best as we can. And that's part of the process. Thank you.
Up next, we have Trustee Patel, followed by Trustee Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On March the 4th, I asked a question of clarification on public transit cost. Last year, it was $550,000. In 2023-2024, it's $2.1 million. And asked for the clarification. Did we get clarification from transportation? Why this cost ballooned so much? Thank you, Madam Chair.
To contact our Toronto Student Transportation Group to re-verify the number, and we haven't heard back yet. So we will amend the financial facts if the number has been misstated by accident.
Thank you, Executive Officer. To you, Madam Chair. So if I vote yes today on this report, do we accept this report as it is, or there will be changes to this if there is a changes from transportation?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this report is for receipt, and I think historically, where we have made additions or revisions based on correct information, we've corrected it online and ensured that trustees had an updated copy of the report.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I was wondering if we could vote separately on item 6.43, the school-based staff allocation for 2024-2025 as part of this report.
So just to clarify, Trustee Earhart, are you looking to do like the financial facts separately, or are you looking to do in school-based allocation, you want to do those ad seriatim?
School-based allocation separately from the rest of the special meeting reports.
Okay, so.
And if others would like ad seriatim, up for me in particular to separate it.
Okay. So just to clarify then, we will vote on everything except for item number 16.3.3. Is that what it is? 16.4.3. And then we'll vote on 16.4.3 after that. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks very much. So just, I want to echo some of what Trustee Laskin has said around vice principals and getting clarification on allocation. To me, last year, we went below the floor for VPs. That's what I have seen in schools in the ward I represent is that there is a need for more vice principals from what was allocated this year. That need, I observe, is for school stability around principal absences and absences that are taking place throughout our system. It's related to bare bones staffing across so many other areas that we require roles to gap fill. This is not a great way to be gap filling, but schools require flexible staffing due to such severe absences in order, not just absences, pardon me, such low staffing levels due to chronic underfunding by the province that we require people to be able to do flexible a number of roles. So in my view, we need to increase the number of vice principals at this time. And so I will be proposing that for Appendix D, we increase the number to 185, and that for Appendix E, we increase the number to 161. Those are the numbers that would bring us back to last year, which I felt was already too low, and then we could look to build from there. So I'm just making that known. I believe this is crucial for the rest of our system. And I'd be remiss if we didn't use a little bit of our time available tonight to speak about funding gaps.
Before you proceed, I have a question just for clarification. Are you suggesting we make those changes this evening, or are you bringing that back on May 19th
No,
or March 19th?
I'm proposing we make it this evening. I am concerned with even discussing keeping the levels that low. I believe that what we allocated last year was too low, and
Okay.
and I'd like to propose that we
So
don't.
you're proposing a motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I would
So
need
the
a-
amendment is to increase D to 185? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Appendix D to 185 and Appendix E to 161.
So,
But now, but I didn't want to use all my time for that. I could put the motion on the floor. I
So
wanted to speak to the.
now we would go to the motion.
Okay, we can go to.
We can, and we'll come back to that.
Thank
So
you,
if
Chair.
you could just, we'll take a moment. Do you need it in writing? If you could just send something via email.
Yeah.
If you could send something via email to Ms. Joseph Dowers. And then, and do we have a seconder for that? I would just ask. Okay, Trustee Hastings has seconded. Where the funding? That's to be debated, Trustee Patel. Point of clarification from do we have point of?
Or a point of personal privilege or a question or whatever you want to phrase it. There was a motion made at committee that on March 19th, staff bring back additional VPs. So is this motion really, I guess my question is, that's already been an approved motion. This motion is contrary to that motion because it's actually changing it now before that other motion that was asking staff to bring back that number on March 19th. So I just wanted clarification whether this motion is in order at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to look to governance.
That was the
Could-
direction.
Does the director wish to speak to this? I'm not sure if that was.
That was the board direction.
or
Thank you
just
very much. Through the chair, pardon the distraction. I was going to point out what Trustee Laskin has just said.
Okay, so understanding that, Trustee Earhart, do you wish to withdraw the motion at this time?
It will simply be deemed out of order, right? So I will not withdraw. I would like to seek to counter, but I understand it will be deemed out of order.
I can't understand what you just told me.
I am not
Okay, you
seeking
don't
to
wish to
withdraw it.
withdraw it? Okay, so I think we have, it's a conflict, it's in conflict with what we already have. So I think you can rest assured that it will be a point of discussion on March 19th.
Okay, thank you. I would be remiss, however, if I may use the rest of my time to ask a quick question from financial figures for clarifying. I did note on page 4, I mentioned this, plans and priorities. That is a page that features funding gaps. And certainly, given that we're discussing school staffing levels that I believe are insufficient to meet student needs and educational outcomes brought on by chronic underfunding by the province, I would be remiss if I did not draw attention to this page. And I'm simply looking for staff confirmation that the total school-based funding gap, as outlined here, is $133,790,030. And then the grand total funding gap that includes transportation, administration, and governance, and information technology exceeds $200 million and sits here at $201 million, 41,346. Are those figures correct through the chair?
I'd ask Executive Officer Snyder to confirm, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. The current projection for this year's funding gap to our cost is overall $200 million.
Thank you very much. I find this horrifying, particularly in light of what Trustee Didovides flagged, which is that our provincial government, as I understand it, has a surplus that it currently exceeds $5 billion. And so in the context of $5 billion, we're talking about actually a very small amount that would address a funding gap that would so significantly contribute to student well-being and achievement, which is the economic driver of this province. It's also something that families care about a great deal, which is the education and well-being of their children. And so I do find it shocking that we are here discussing insufficient staffing levels, in my view, with a $200 million funding gap. And I find it shameful. Thank you for permitting me this time.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Can I have a motion to extend for half an hour? Thank you, Trustee Patel, a seconder. Thank you, Trustee Didovides. All in favor? Any opposed?
Trustee Rajwani opposed.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Rajwani, so noted. Okay. I am not seeing anybody else on the speakers list on this item, so did I miss something?
Shan.
Oh, Vice Chair Shan. Apologies, we didn't notice on the chat. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Shan.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask just a clarification on the decision that we spoke about earlier as a contrary motion. Trustee Laskin's motion did not pass the board yet, and it's still on the floor. And I'm not too sure how a motion being proposed by Trustee Earhart would be out of order, but I can drop that. We can, if she is not challenging it, that's fine.
Vice Chair Shan, we're just checking the minutes from March 4th, but
It would have been in the minutes of March 4th, Madam Chair, which passed earlier tonight.
no, that's this.
Sorry, not March 4th, it was the one before the January.
It was earlier.
Business Horizon, this one? Yes.
Yeah.
It passed on consent.
It was passed.
We did have the business arising motion that passed on consent from February 14th.
Right, that's when it was February.
Item number 16.3.6, the addition of vice principal allocation and safety positions. So I believe that's what staff was referring to when they felt that this had when the director spoke about this motion, this being brought forward already. Does that clarify?
Okay, so yeah, just to be clear, it wasn't something that was passed at the motion at the meeting on March 4th. Then.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't
you.
on March 4th. It was on February 14th.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
But I would just clarify that it was on this agenda this evening that we passed it on consent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have no further questions, so we will open the vote on this item. And just to clarify, we're going to vote on everything except for the staffing allocation first, and then we'll go to the staffing allocation. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the first part? Thank you, Trustee Dawson and Nunziato. So this is items number 1, 2, 4, and 5. Trustee Siskandaraja, it was hard to hear what you were saying. I'm going to assume that was not for us.
was just seconding the motion.
Oh, sorry. Okay. There's still one to go if you'd like to do that one.
Just seconding the motion. I think you just didn't hear.
Well, we've already got a mover and a seconder for this item, but in a minute, we're going to vote on part 3 of the report. I think they're just getting the vote set up for this. It hasn't completely appeared on the screen.
No, I just want to know.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Loka-Rotman, how do you vote? Okay, that has carried. We're now moving to part 3 of the March 4th report.
And see, I won't vote on any of 3, and that way you don't have to do multiple votes.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Siskandarajah, did you want to move this? Trustee Siskandarajah, I think you're on mute.
I'll move this.
Okay, thank you. We need a seconder as well.
Trustee Rajwani.
Thank you, Trustee Rajwani. All those in favor, this will be coming up on the screen. If you aren't using eScribe, let us know how you vote.
Shan against.
Trustee Ghost, how do you vote? Trustee Pay, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Rajwani, Trustee King.
Trustee Rajwani against.
Trustee Pay, how do you vote? Okay, that's carried. Up next, we're on item number 16.5.5. This is the Math Achievement Plan, Action Plan, Update Number 2, Progress on Professional Learning Actions. I'd like to turn this over to Director Russell Rollins to introduce.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will ask Associate Director Louise Zarisco.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, let me begin by just asking a reflective question. Do you know what is odd? Do you know what is odd? Through the chair to Trustee Dawson, who's was wondering every other number. It's time to do some math. I thought we needed some levity at 11 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. It brings me great pleasure once again to be focusing on the incredible work of System Superintendent Lisa Dilworth and Denise Humphreys, who are co-authors of our math achievement strategy that has been submitted to the ministry. This is the second update. We had the pleasure of going into great detail at PPC. We won't be going into the extensive detail this evening, but I will ask, because of the hour, but I will ask both Lisa and Denise to be highlighting one key point from the report so we can truly celebrate the work that has been happening, and would be very pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. And for the next time when I put the math joke on, I do expect multiple answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we have been working really hard with educators and administrators, and we've engaged in considerable learning involving many different types of math education, including really important work around building foundational math skills in the early years. We're really looking at math at a conceptual level and how we can tie numeracy, in this case addition, subtraction, and early multiplication and division, into the work that students do, but also into tracking and monitoring at the school level. We are planning to be moving forward next year in building that kind of education, focusing on, we actually have a fractions session that has just started, and we will also be exploring algebraic reasoning next year as well. We also extended our learning into the ranks of our administrators, and they've been learning how to support that learning in their schools and how to tie it to their school improvement planning. We're good.
Thank you, Lisa, and through the chair to trustees, if you have any questions, we'd be pleased to answer them.
Okay, we have the beginning of a speaker list. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm going to begin with an apology. I wanted this item off the agenda so in public we could talk about this report. I did not realize that staff would have to stay until 10 after 11 after working a full day in order to be here and just present so succinctly because of the hour. So I sincerely wanted to apologize. I thought it was really important in a public board meeting that we talk about some of the great work we are doing in terms of helping students and their parents and caregivers understand math within our schools. And I sincerely appreciate the work of staff and look forward to continued updates. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I had the privilege of hearing this presentation at PIAC, and again, so I just want to, with my colleague, share my colleague, and thank the team for their efforts, and it's very exciting work, and I just wanted to share my appreciation, so thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. I too share my appreciation. I did want to draw attention to trustee colleagues of what we passed through the consent agenda, which was a motion that was stemming from this update around advocacy related to two items that it appears were unfunded through the math strategy.
Remember, you need to keep this on the item that's on the floor.
Yes.
Not on an item that we passed on consent.
No, we did pass it, but it was related to it was stemming from information that was in this report, which was around what was funded by the ministry to support student achievement in mathematics. And two items that were noteworthy that were not funded, as I understand it, were release time for teacher learning and development to be able to enhance their professional ability to teach mathematics, something which I understand is very important. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that. The other thing I noted was that textbooks, but also math manipulatives were unfunded. Software appeared to be funded, which is greatly appreciated, but some of those tangible physical elements that I understand are very core to early years learning, in particular for math, but I'm starting to learn even beyond, are very important. So I'm wondering if staff could speak a little bit about the importance of training, teacher training and development, educator training and development, and also just explain to us what math manipulatives are and what purpose they serve. And thank you very much.
Thank you, and through the chair. Firstly, to address the question around manipulatives, TDSB's preliminary school budgets in grades 7 to 12 support math manipulatives and tools, and that is received at a $4 per pupil basis. Manipulatives come in many forms. They can be consumable manipulatives, such as educators using paper for paper folding to teach fractions work and proportional reasoning and other recyclable materials like that. Or they can be rulers used as number lines or other materials that students can find easily around the classroom to support measurement, strand, and other number sets. Manipulatives also might be purchased through board vendors, and also we have virtual manipulatives and tools available on our TDSB virtual library. All schools determine their priorities through their resources in mathematics, and all classrooms use a variety of strategies to support student learning. In terms of resources, textbooks for math learning, there are a variety of resources that teachers use along with the digital curriculum tool to support math learning and math tasks in the classroom. They don't solely use textbooks, as there are so many differentiated opportunities to support the learning of students in schools. In terms of the funding for professional learning, school administrators at their discretion use a professional learning plan to determine their budgetary needs for professional learning based on their school improvement plan and their priorities. And that's usually at approximately $300 a day for teacher release and OT time, which is supported solely through their school budget at this time. In the past, there has been funding through ministry PPF for release time, but this present year, our ministry achievement action plan funding does not support this. Textbooks are funded through the GSN and it's part of our school budgets as well. It's not the only way teachers and principals support the learning in classrooms because there are many digital forms, and also some of the textbooks can be used year to year, and other resources that are used might be more dynamic and aligned with the current curriculum. So there are differentiated ways to support the learning in classrooms.
Thank you very much. At least to me, that was extremely helpful. It seems to me that $300 a day for professional learning and development is a bargain. And I think that would be such a fantastic added value of the province's back to basics approach is to include that. $4 a day isn't even a cup of, or $4 per student, that's not even one cup of coffee for one. And so that just seems like such a small amount when I've been able to see firsthand through the pandemic how important it was with children to have something very physical and tangible to express math concepts. And I'm just so grateful for the work that you're doing as educators, and I hope that we can continue to support that work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Seeing no further questions, we will open the vote on this item.
Madam Chair, Trustee Lee is in favor.
Thank you.
Shan in favor.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to get a mover and a seconder. Apologies. Trustee Williams and Trustee Nunziata, thank you.
You're going beyond that.
We're now opening the vote.
Shan in favor.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more item. Adjournment.
Okay, and that has carried 20-0. Our last main item of business before adjournment is 16.5.8. This is a business arising motion establishing provincial reporting standards on incidents of racism, bias, and hate. Trustee Laskin, I believe you were the mover on this originally. I know I've got you on the speaker list. Who was the seconder on this? Was there is there a seconder? Trustee Williams?
You.
Pardon?
I think it was you.
It was me.
Or local Rotman.
Yeah, I don't think it was me. Trustee, oh, okay.
Williams.
Yeah, it was local Rotman.
I saw Trustee Williams' hand first. Okay, so we have we don't need those yet, but I just wanted to know for who's speaking. I have you on the speakers list first, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, because of the hour, I will be very brief. In 2019, this board became a leader in the province about trying to be open and transparent about dealing with issues of racism and hate. At that time, we moved that it was really important not just to figure out how you actually track data on issues of racism and hate, but that there would be an educational component attached to every single action so that it wasn't about punishment, it was about education, it was about educating against hate. We charged the staff then, after the board moved the motion, to come up with operational procedures, and part of that operational procedure was the creation of the portal, the racism, bias, and hate portal, the RBH. And the portal serves a purpose to track the incidents and all the information associated with the incidents. But as staff have explained to us, because we then moved in 2022 that the reports on the incident should come to us 3 times a year. As staff related to us, that although the portal served a purpose for its intended purpose, which was at a school level, it wasn't an intended purpose that would roll it up to the board in a report so we could track the data statistically that would support the academic rigor of the research and the information itself. So in presenting the last report, staff made this very clear to us, that even though the board asked for the information to come to us 3 times a year, it was an incredibly staff-consuming exercise, and because of the priorities, it didn't make sense for them to do that. But what does make sense is that this board, even though we're in a forerunner and on the forefront of being brave enough to speak publicly about incidents in our schools and how we're dealing with them,
we don't have the people power nor the resources to create a different IT system. Nor actually, we are quite out on a limb determining what is an actual incidence of hate, what is an incidence of bias, what is an incidence of racism, because some of that can be subjective, and depending on who it is affecting, sometimes it's difficult for someone from another group or another class or another culture to determine for someone else whether or not they've experienced hate or racism. So this motion, as arising, really asks that the chair and the director write to the Ministry of Education to establish provincial reporting guidelines and guidance for school boards on reporting incidents of hate in schools, and that they develop a tool that boards across the province can use to collect the data in order that we continue on the journey of educating against hate. And the second part is about who it would be copied to. It's extremely important in all circumstances. It's especially important now in order that all kids and all their families feel welcome and a sense of belonging in our schools, that we know what's happening within our schools, and we continue to educate. When the report that this was arising out of was presented, you know, the number of incidents doubled from the last reporting period in the same 3 months. And some people thought that was really negative. I actually think it's incredibly positive that people are comfortable enough to be reporting incidents. But even at that, again, it's not about the numbers, it's about how we're dealing with it on a school level, on a case-by-case basis. So I ask for your support, and I ask that this letter goes with the hopes that we can be properly funded like all boards across the province, and there can be some common definitions and some common tools that we can use within our schools to make sure that all these incidents are dealt with so that everyone that comes into our buildings feels safe and respected for who they are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Williams, as seconder, do you wish to comment on this?
I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support this motion for the reasons that Trustee Laskin has, quite eloquently pointed out. The need for a provincial funding and a standardized system of reporting these incidents, the educational piece, the restorative justice piece that comes out of the education. But the bottom line of this motion is quite evident, the advocacy for the funding and the standardized process to move forward with this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee King, I believe you're the last speaker on the list.
Brief, I realize that it's late.
Sorry, we also have another speaker on the list. I didn't realize, Trustee Radjikulasingam. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask for an extension, but hoping that we won't need the full extension. I've got a mover, Trustee DeVitis. Trustee Dawson is a seconder. All in favor? Okay. Those in favor, say aye or raise hands. Okay. Any opposed?
Trustee Lee, on principle, oppose.
On principle?
What's the principle?
That people should be sleeping.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, Trustee Hassan and Trustee Lee noted. We're going to do 15 minutes. I'm optimistic we can get this done. I know, we're going with 15. And Trustee Nunziata, are you opposed? Okay, so 3 opposed. 4 opposed. It still carries. So the speakers list was Trustee King and Trustee Radjikulasingam.
Thank you through the chair, colleagues. I promise I will keep this brief. I'm in support of this motion, and I just wanted to flag that I really hope that the ministry would be in support of of this, just considering their obligations and the statements that they've made about safe learning spaces. In their memo about code of conduct, it specifies that building and sustaining a positive school climate is a complex challenge requiring evidence-informed solutions. And I think that's very much what we all agree with and what we're trying to do here. I noted over the last couple of weeks that, the minister has been out in attendance at the Black Diamond Ball. He hosted a Lunar New Year celebration. He was wearing pink. And this is all great and important and lovely. But I think considering the anti-Black racism, the anti-Asian racism, the homophobia that we know is in our classrooms and in our yards, what I know I really want to see, and I think what this motion is asking for, is just more meaningful investment so we can commit to continue supporting this work and making evidence-based decisions and solutions. And I also hope that the ministry really understands how this work folds into the priorities that they've identified for us in their Student Achievement Plan under Bill 98, the achievement of learning outcomes, the preparation for future success, the student engagement and well-being. All of that still hinders on having safe and respectful learning spaces. The attendance rate of 90% that they want to see for students in grade 1 to 8, I guarantee, would be facilitated by having a safe and respected place to come and learn. So again, I hope the ministry will support us in this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Rajagulasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. It's really tough when really important reports get kind of pushed to the end and we have to rush through it, because this is something that really deserves our attention and time and care. I want to thank the movers for this motion. I think having standards and guidelines is really important, not just for our board, but for all school boards to then see collectively what is happening, what are trends in education when it comes to racism and hate, and how we can have standards to disrupt these barriers. So I want to touch on two really important points, I think, that goes hand in hand with what this motion is asking. So in this report, we saw the usage of broader identity groups like South Asian and Middle Eastern, and what the harm and how it erases historical and systemic barriers. So as the daughter of Tamil refugees, my family's experiences are far different than someone else from South Asia who may have migrated here for other reasons. So it's important that critical intersections like race and class are not diluted by broad categories. So I hope that the ministry will look into paying more close attention to smaller cultural and racial groups. And in particular, on that same thread, I'm thinking of that Middle Eastern racism category. So experiences of Palestinian students and youth, especially with what's they're experiencing right now, are far different from other communities in the Middle East. So just want to reiterate my concern with the usage of these broad categories. And my second point was my concern around the number of anti-Black racism incidents happening. We know the Ontario Human Rights Commission released a report on anti-Black racism in education. So I think this really aligns with what this motion is asking for. In my ward, I have a large number of East Asian and South Asian populated schools, and we have many incidents of anti-Black racism taking place. And one thing that I've said many times is our taking a more nuanced approach to anti-Black racism. So as a Tamil, I know that anti-Black racism in my community arises from anti-Blackness rooted in caste, colonization, and shadeism. Darker skin tones are more authentic in these communities, but due to colonization, lighter skin tones were introduced. And as a colonized people, we just started perpetuating anti-Blackness within our communities that led to anti-Black racism here. So I think it's important that, again, we look at these intersections when studying anti-Black racism, because really that number of incidents that we're seeing is quite alarming. So I want to thank the movers of this motion, and I really do hope that the ministry can provide more standards for dealing with this, and hopefully we can hear back from them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Okay, seeing no other speakers, we're going to open the vote on item number 16.5.8.
Chan in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Lee and Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
All right.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
He probably left because.
Maybe because he objected. Okay, we're going to mark Trustee Lee as absent. I think he objected. Okay, that has carried. And I need one more favor from everybody. I need a mover and a seconder for adjournment. Thank you, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Gose. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
I would like to very much extend thanks to all the people working behind the scenes on this meeting, including Munshu and Aaron on the technical side, Ms. Joseph Dowers beside me, all the staff who've worked on all the reports, many that didn't get their due diligence this evening because it was so late, really important pieces. So thank you very much. I wish everybody a safe and happy and healthy March break.
Thank you.
Not till the end. I might see it before then. Did you get a ride home, hon? Good. I have to call. I really don't want to.